Welcome to Fantasy Audiobook. Dragon Ball. Even Zeno can't keep him, I said so. Chapter 1. Where is this? Gouda. I saw the face of the fetus in Chi-Chi's belly showing the confusion of an adult. The embryo in the belly seems to have just woken up, recalling the memory carefully. As he deeply explored the memories in his mind, he gradually remembered the memories of his previous life. In my previous life, I was a gold medal salesman, but the 3-year epidemic had left me at the end of my rope. As a qualified post-90s generation, of course, no matter how hard it is, you can't hurt yourself. On the day the epidemic was lifted, I immediately booked a flight to the legendary Mount Tianju, Kunlun Mountain. Since he didn't have any savings, he had no choice but to accept Father Ma's kindness and become the god of war of Wabe. Kunlun Mountain, the mythical Holy Land, is full of unknowns and mysteries. As for why we went to Kunlun Mountain, of course it was a change of mentality. After experiencing the epidemic, in this era of information network explosion, we have seen too many life and death. What's the use of having more money and less money? He decided to live a good life for himself. He has loved reading mythological stories since he was a child, and he is also full of curiosity and desire to explore the Kunlun Mountains, the birthplace of myths. Putting down the responsibilities, carrying the baggage, and resolutely embarked on the journey to Kunlun Mountain. The imagination is beautiful, but the result is cruel. Less than 1/3 of the way up from the foot of Kunlun Mountain, he encountered a mysterious cave with a faint black-yellow light. Driven by curiosity, he stepped into the cave. After a dazzling light, he came to this innate place. Gurgling, "It's so exciting. If nothing else, I've traveled through time." Although there was no sound coming from his belly, the excited eyes and the wild dancing of his unformed little hands and feet all proved his excitement. There is no need to pay back Dad Ma's money, the debt will be cancelled after death. I have traveled through time, it is no different from death. Is this what normal people think? As Chi-Chi's body shook involuntarily, Son Gohan's thoughts returned to reality. Because the shaking made him somewhat dizzy. Goku-san, Yaxi, and I feel a stronger sense of power than in my previous life. Could it be? Although Son Gohan couldn't see the outside, he still guessed from the sounds he heard that he had traveled through time. That world. Dragon Ball, 7 Dragon Balls. The Dragon Ball world where you can break stars with your hands and travel through the stars with your body. That's right, my soul has passed through Son Gohan. But the timing of waking up is somewhat embarrassing. The ball is all sacked. Son Gohan's whole body was resisting. However, his resistance was of no use. What, you ask Son Gohan's soul? Of course it's gone. After all, how can a piece of white paper compete with the huge ink splashed into the sky? What can a conscious embryo do in the face of this yin and yang principle? I can only watch in embarrassment. While Son Gohan watched awkwardly, he wondered why Chi-Chi, a human from Earth, could compete with the perverted Saiyan Son Goku. Although the body of the Earthlings is not as good as that of Saiyan, Chi-Chi uses the softness to overcome strength to the fullest. Let him be strong, let him be strong, the breeze will blow on the hills. I don't know which time and space I have traveled to in the Dragon Ball world, but now that I am here, the place I am in is the main world. Son Gohan, go with peace of mind. I will definitely use this powerful talent to use your body to the limit. Frieza, Cell, Majin Buu, Beerus, Angel, Grand Priest, Zeno, Salama. I want to see everything in this world with my own eyes. Son Gohan's heart, make up your mind secretly. The consciousness of the universe is above. From now on, Son Gohan is for me, and I am Son Gohan. Boom. Born to be thunderous, the last trace of incompatibility between the soul of the previous life and Son Gohan's body was completely dissipated. In the previous life, the Earth lost a graceful and handsome boy. The world of Dragon Ball has a black-faced hybrid with a black soul. As time goes by, wow, give birth to a big fat boy. The midwife ran out of the house happily. Son Gohan looked at the midwife who ran out with angry eyes. Because he was just born, he couldn't speak yet. As an adult soul, it was impossible to cry. As a result, the midwife thought he was mute. So I slapped Son Gohan's butt again and again. As a last resort, Son Gohan had no choice but to give up resistance and scream out. Old woman, just wait for me. Son Gohan's eyes were full of malice. Haha, okay, Great, I, Ox King, have a grandson. Ox King's huge body jumped 3 feet high. Chi-Chi, how are you? Although Son Goku was innocent, Chi-Chi's tragic howl still made his heart palpitate. Goku, I'm fine. Bring the child over and let me take a look. Chi-Chi struggled to get up and leaned half of his body on the head of the bed. Although she is not as strong as Son Goku, as a martial artist, she is much stronger than normal Earthlings. You wait, I'm going to hug Gohan. Son Goku turned around and picked up Gohan on the small bed next to him, and placed him next to Chi-Chi. Son Gohan was named by Son Goku before he was born. In order to commemorate his deceased grandfather, he named him Gohan. Hey, why did Gohan have such long hair when he was born? A tail, he actually has a tail. Chi-Chi looked at Gohan in surprise and said, I also have a tail, but wasn't it cut off by Oolong and the others that time? It should have been me. Goku scratched the back of his head and explained. It should be fine, but why do I think he seems a little unhappy? Chi-Chi asked strangely. Wow, of course I'm not happy, why are you risking my life? Son Gohan resisted, struggling with his hands and feet. Dad, I'll go hunting with you. Son Gohan quietly moved to Son Goku. No, don't go. Your future is to be a great scholar, not a martial artist who can't make money like your father. Chi-Chi angrily walked up behind Gohan and carried Gohan away. The nape of his neck leads him towards the house. 1 month to walk, half a year to call mom and dad. In fact, he could speak in the first month, but he didn't say it because he was afraid of scaring Chi-Chi. I had to hold it in for half a year before I spoke. Just like this, Chi-Chi was shocked and immediately made up his mind to let Gohan become a scholar. After all, there is a big difference between babbling and speaking fluently. With such a talent, wouldn't it be a pity not to learn? Son Gohan regrets it. Mom, you can't teach me anymore. Let me practice with Dad. Son Gohan took the completed test paper and put it in Chi-Chi's hand, showing a disdainful expression. Gohan, what kind of attitude do you have? Don't think that you can be proud after learning the terrifying 9-9 multiplication table. Chi-Chi was furious. Scary, I don't think so. Son Gohan helplessly. Okay, I will go through the admission procedures for you tomorrow, you go to school for me. Chi-Chi slapped the table. Mom, have you ever seen a child less than 1 year old go to school? Son Gohan asked again, speechless. Do you want me to go to kindergarten? Or elementary school? Chi-Chi is speechless. Mom, just let me practice with my father, I promise you. How about I go to elementary school after I am 3 years old? And I promise, I will not drop my grades during the practice with my father. Son Gohan pleaded bitterly. Then you promise me, don't hurt yourself all over. Chi-Chi had no choice but to set the conditions. Understood. Mom, don't worry, I'm leaving first. Help Dad chop wood. Son Gohan pulled out a flash of lightning instantly from the sole of his feet. Before the words fell, the person had disappeared. Stinky boy, it's exactly the same as Goku, it's like going crazy when you talk about cultivation. Hey, I really don't know why their father and son are so perverted. With the addition of a Gohan, the meals I cook in a day are equivalent to someone else's house in a month. Food is ready. Chi-Chi walked slowly towards the kitchen. Ever since she married Son Goku, she has been doing exactly the same thing every day. Cook, do the dishes, clean up. My year has only passed 1 day, repeated 364 times. Chi-Chi entertained himself and sang while doing it. Dad, Son Gohan ran happily, shouting to Son Goku while running. Hey, Gohan, don't you need to study today? After hearing Gohan's voice, Son Goku moved at a high speed and appeared next to Gohan in an instant. No need, my mother promised me that I can practice with you before I'm 3 years old. Son Gohan said excitedly. Okay, Dad has already noticed that you are very talented. Starting today, Dad will train you seriously, and the future of the Earth will be entrusted to you. Son Goku is also very happy. After all, from his daily actions, he has noticed Son Gohan's talent. He saw with his own eyes that Gohan forced him to learn how to crush the pen made of fine steel because of Chi-Chi. He saw with his own eyes that Gohan had the same appetite as him. He saw with his own eyes that Gohan was squatting with a dinosaur. The powerful breath of anger flashed in an instant. Father, let's start. What should I do first? Fight with you. Son Gohan's young body is in a fighting pose. Haha, Gohan, you are not qualified to fight against Dad. What you have to do now is to control your own strength and your own chi. Son Goku patted Gohan on the head. Control your own chi. That's right. I don't even know what chi is. Dad, teach me. Gohan looked at Son Goku with eyes full of curiosity. Cross-legged, sit cross-legged. Use your heart to feel the warm air in your abdomen. Control it with your heart. Goku demonstrated first, sitting cross-legged, with his hands together in his dantian, a gleam of light lit up. Son Gohan draws cats and tigers. Abdomen, that position, isn't it the dantian position in the myths and novels of previous lives? Son Gohan closed his eyes and felt it with his heart. But for a moment, Gohan has already explored that trace of aura. At the same time, there was a glimmer of light in the empty hands. Huh, do you feel it? It's amazing. My Gohan. Son Goku looked shocked. You know, he didn't know anything about being angry when he was a child. He got to the present step by exercising his physical body. Among them, the teachings of Master Roshi, Karin-sama, Immortal, and Bobo are indispensable. It took many years for him to completely control chi. Unexpectedly, Gohan felt chi in less than a minute. Father, is this chi? It's amazing. Gohan stood up, gathering the breath in his hands with all his might. The light became brighter and brighter, and a group of yellow energy clusters the size of a child's fist condensed into shape. Gohan, ahead, the big tree with a diameter of 10 meters, throw the energy ball in your hand. Goku became more and more surprised. Immediately ordered Son Gohan to throw the energy bomb in his hand. Phew, bang, bang, bang. The towering tree fell down in an instant. There is still a trace of scorched black smoke coming out of the fracture. Gohan, how are you feeling? Son Goku looked at Son Gohan nervously. I don't feel it. If I have to say something, I seem to feel a little bit tired. Son Gohan closed his eyes and felt it for a long time, and said such a sentence. Haha, my Gohan is so powerful. The energy bomb you fire now is much more powerful than Dad's back then. Son Goku was so excited. The light in his eyes was shining brightly, as if he saw an opponent appear out of nowhere. Since the end of the Budo tournament and defeating Piccolo Daimao, his fighting spirit has been silenced. As long as the opponents who are defeated by him can no longer surpass him, they can no longer arouse his fighting spirit. Yamcha, Tien Shinhan, Piccolo. But at this moment, his long silent fighting spirit became restless again. Dad, what's next? Although Son Gohan has the soul of his previous life, he was just an ordinary person in his previous life, so he naturally didn't notice Son Goku's fighting spirit. The next step is to control your current strength, exercise your physical body, strengthen your body, and let the potential in your body continuously erupt, and strengthen the chi in your abdomen. Going back and forth, getting stronger and stronger. Gohan, Dad looks forward to you the day Dad fought. Son Goku excited. Yes, Dad, I will definitely live up to your hopes. Son Gohan's firm eyes said it all. Now, can you run around Baozi Mountain with the big tree that was interrupted by you on your back? Son Goku asked. 2 laps. After Son Gohan finished speaking, he ran towards the fallen tree. I saw his hands exerting force, fingers tensed, ha. Phew, the 10 fingers are like hard steel bars, straight into the tree, because the body is too young to hug the big tree, the only way to lift the tree up is this way. The waist and horse became one, ha. Son Gohan lifted the big tree vigorously. The tree was raised, but the surrounding environment couldn't make him run at all. Dad, my height is limited, and I can't get out of the forest with such a long tree in my arms. Son Gohan said helplessly after trying it. Find out your own way, as long as the weight remains the same. Son Goku put his arms around him and didn't help him. No change in weight. I get it, Dad. Thanks. Son Gohan put down the big tree, walked to the center of the big tree, wrapped his palm with that faint breath, and made his palm into a knife, splitting the big tree in 2 with one knife. Then he thought for a while, and found that the 2 logs were still difficult to lift. After a while, he found 2 straight trees half a meter in diameter and cut them down. He also flattened the 2 sides of the big tree, stacked them together, and used a half-meter diameter tree that had just been cut down to slam down from the top. The big tree with a diameter of 10 meters was instantly fixed. Son Gohan lifted his load this time and walked towards the periphery of Baozi Mountain. One step at a time. Although the talent is high, the potential has not yet been discovered. Now, carrying such a heavy tree on his back, he has exhausted all his strength. Son Goku just watched silently, without any intention of helping, and Son Gohan also had no intention of asking for help. Baozi Mountain. Time flies like a flash, and a year and a half has passed in a flash. Son Gohan also celebrated his second birthday. Ah, da 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 da. I saw 2 afterimages flashing across a plane from time to time. From time to time, a big hole appeared in the ground. Kamehameha. Sky cannon. 1 blue, 1 yellow. 2 beams of light of the same thickness collided instantly and exploded, emitting a dazzling light. The powerful aftermath of the battle washes everything around you like a typhoon. Gohan, use your full strength. Son Goku yelled. Father, you will die with all your strength. Son Gohan said helplessly. Brat, look down on me. Yaha. I saw Son Goku exploding, white flames erupted around his body, and his hair rose slightly. I'm coming too. Son Gohan released a 1000th breath. But in the color of the arrogance around his body, a golden light flashed indistinctly. ... The war is over. Son Goku showed a lonely look. Dad, what's wrong with you? Son Gohan stepped forward. Gohan, Dad is fine, but I didn't expect that in just 1.5 years, you can surpass Dad by so much. Although Dad has also made great progress, Dad knows that your fighting power is far beyond what you just exposed. Although you are my son, but Dad is not reconciled. Son Goku was distressed. Dad, I can't help it, who made me so talented and willing to work hard? Son Gohan was complacent. That's right, in the past year and a half, Son Gohan's strength has increased to an unimaginable extent. In the first month of training, Son Gohan has already lifted weights like lightweight, and the huge towering tree can no longer make him improve. Afterwards, he increased his weight and ran to the limit, enjoying the endless strength from his body after that limit. He knew that it was the potential hidden deep in his body erupting. Leapfrog with boulders on your back, push-ups. Every simple movement training has been done to the limit, until the mountain of buns, nothing can make him feel that his fighting power has improved. Unless it is carrying the entire bun mountain. When he did this, only 3 months had passed. Next Son Goku took him to the sea. Baozi's training only increased the pressure on his body and appearance. In the sea, the deeper you dive, the greater the water pressure, and that pressure is from the inside out. After experiencing strong water pressure, his internal organs became extremely powerful. The powerful heart, liver, spleen, lungs and kidneys provided him with enough motivation. In fact, since Son Gohan was born, he has been looking for his golden finger. After other people travel through time, they either carry the grandfather with them, or add the system to their bodies. No matter how bad they are, they also come with a set of powerful exercises, or artifacts or something. But Son Gohan has nothing. Only my own training day after day. In order to force out his golden finger, he even dived to a depth that he couldn't bear, and completely fainted and went into shock. Thanks to Son Goku following, otherwise I'm afraid he is really over. Since then, Son Gohan has been relieved. If you don't have it, you don't have it, even if you don't have a golden finger, with my own efforts, with this powerful body, I'm about to break through Super Saiyan. Son Gohan thought to himself. That's right, the golden light that flashed in the flames of his battle with Son Goku just now is a sign that he is about to transform into Super Saiyan. In the 5th month in the sea, Son Goku couldn't keep up with the depth of Son Gohan. Dad, I have the feeling that I'm about to break through to a new level. Son Gohan clenched his fist. New level. Son Goku was surprised. That's right, if I break through that level, I feel like my fighting power will change drastically. Of course Son Gohan knows that the new level is Super Saiyan. But he can't say it clearly, after all, Saiyan hasn't come to Earth yet. Then do you see how far I am from the level you mentioned? Son Goku excitedly said. Ah, it seems a bit far away. Son Gohan said weakly. You said it clearly. Almost. Double your current strength by 300 times. Son Gohan whispered. What? 300? You mean, you are 300 times stronger than me? Son Goku was shocked. It's almost like this. If you use numbers as a metaphor, your current combat power is about 15,000. I'm almost 3 million now. As long as I break through the limit of 3 million points, I should be able to break through a new level. Level up. And I realize that because of my mother, I should be better at breaking through than your father. Son Gohan explained cryptically. 300 times, I didn't expect that the gap between Dad and you is so big now. It's outrageous. Hee. Son Goku smiled wryly. Dad, don't be too disappointed, your explosive period should also be after breaking through a new level. Son Gohan hurriedly comforted him. Don't worry, Dad won't lose confidence, you are so strong, Dad is very happy, but Dad will definitely catch up with you. Son Goku was only depressed for a moment, and immediately regained his confidence. Hee, that's good. Son Gohan laughed. Perhaps, Son Goku's strength stems from his firm and pure heart of martial arts. Let's go home and eat. Somersault cloud. Son Goku shouted towards the sky. An orange cloud falls. Son Goku jumped on it. Although he has also learned the flying technique long ago, he still likes the feeling of being surrounded by somersault clouds. As for Son Gohan, the soul infested by the giant ink splashing the sky can no longer be recognized by somersault cloud. Son Gohan floated vertically and flew straight to Baozi Mountain. Why don't you fly on your stomach, you ask? Son Goku also asked this question. After all, flying on the stomach can reduce the resistance of flight. But Son Gohan's answer is, flying vertically is higher than flying lying down. With different aesthetics, he likes this mythical flying posture. If he hadn't learned how to control the sword, he would still want to build a sword to control the sword and fly. A man who doesn't want to experience flying with a sword is not a normal man. But this immature body of less than 1.2 meters, standing in the air and flying, is really a bit funny. The two figures tore through the air, and disappeared in an instant. In the Arctic Gobi ice sheet, a green figure gritted its teeth. Why does Son Goku's ki become so powerful and unpredictable? Piccolo was furious. As for why Son Gohan was not mentioned, of course, the gap is too big to be noticed, not at the same level, there is no way. The current Piccolo, even if he is exhausted, has less than 1,000 points of combat power. Son Goku trained with Son Gohan in the early stage, but Son Gohan took Son Goku with him in the later stage. After all, the whimsical idea of training in the deep sea was proposed by Son Gohan. In fact, Son Gohan didn't notice any difference between him and Son Goku. While he was undergoing intensive training, he had no room to observe the chi in his body. Every time when he was unable to detect, that chi circulated autonomously, wandering around in his body. The moment he stopped, that energy instantly returned to the dantian of his abdomen. He could only feel that chi was getting stronger. After asking Son Goku, he thought that his ridiculously stronger chi was caused by training in mixed blood. After all, Son Gohan's talent is already mentioned in the original book. It is because of the combination of Saiyan blood and Earth people's blood. The peaceful human cells on Earth can trigger Saiyan's unfathomable potential. Makes it easier to break through Super Saiyan. 3 million points of combat power is a limit. A purebred Saiyan must reach this point before he can break through. Son Gohan, Son Goten, Trunks, this hybrid is not needed. If Son Gohan breaks through now, he can also transform into Super Saiyan. But he doesn't want to force a breakthrough, he wants the water to overflow, he believes that there is God's will in the dark, and transforming after not reaching the normal limit may not be a good thing. Any combat power after transformation is based on normality. Similar to Son Goten in the future, although he broke through Super Saiyan at a very young age, his combat effectiveness, although not mentioned in the original book, is only around 10 million. Son Goten was born after Son Goku broke through Super Saiyan. Naturally, breaking through Super Saiyan is easier than Son Gohan. Baozi Mountain. Yuxi, Gohan, although you are better at fighting than me, you may not be as good at eating as I am. Start. Son Goku reached out and picked up a dinosaur hoof, opened his mouth and swallowed it. When it was spit out again, it had already turned into a bone. Bone off. I'm coming too. Not to be outdone, Son Gohan also grabbed a dinosaur hoof. Half an hour later, the two patted their bellies contentedly. Gohan, what are you going to do next? Daily training can no longer improve your combat effectiveness. After eating and drinking, Son Goku began to ask Gohan about his future plans. Dad, I want to ask Aunt Bulma for help. Son Gohan expresses his thoughts. Bulma, what can she help you with? Son Goku was surprised. Son Gohan rolled his eyes and said, Dad, as far as I know, Aunt Bulma is a technological genius. If I ask her to help make a gravity chamber, it will be much stronger than uncontrollable water pressure. And the temple you mentioned, Super Shenshui, I have to give it a try. I will not let go of any chance to improve my combat power. Son Gohan's eyes are full of determination. He is already 2 years old this year, and his fighting power has almost reached the normal limit. Raditz, Vegeta, these crises are nothing to him. But there's Frieza, and to deal with him, one must break through Super Saiyan. Dad, I remember, there should be a 4-star in our family. Son Gohan asked. That's right, in order to commemorate your grandfather, I found 4 planets and stayed at home. Are you looking for Shenron to make a wish? Son Goku immediately guessed what Son Gohan was thinking. Well, I have a little idea. Son Gohan didn't say what he wanted to wish for. Naturally, Son Goku won't force him to ask. Okay, the 4 planets are in that old house, you go and get them. After eating and digesting, I'm going to exercise. Son Goku pointed to the small house like a small temple outside. That house is the house where Son Goku lived when he was a child. The 4 planets are also on the altar on the east wall of the house. After that, he walked out of the house, doing push-ups, sit-ups daily training. Mom, I'm leaving. I may not be back for 2 days. Son Gohan said goodbye to Chi-Chi and went outside the house. Gohan, it's not rude to go to Aunt Bulma's house. Don't scare them, Chi-Chi ordered. Got it, Mom. Chi-Chi has a wry smile on his face. A 2-year-old kid who is more mature than Goku. How weird. Although Chi-Chi was puzzled, but thinking that he crawled out of his stomach, he immediately showed kindness again. After the father and son finished eating, Chi-Chi started to clean up the dishes and wash up again. Exodus Universal Capsule Villa Area. A figure descended into the largest manor villa area in the center. Hi, is anyone there? Son Gohan called from the gate. First time visiting, Son Gohan didn't just barge in. Didi, please tell me your name, purpose. There is a display screen on the pillar on the side of the gate, and there is a sound from inside. My name is Son Gohan, and I am the son of Son Goku. This time, I am looking for Aunt Bulma. Son Gohan directly explained the purpose of coming. Please wait. Auntie, how long has it been since Son Goku's son can speak? Open the door. No, I will open it myself. Bulma's jaw dropped in shock, and the tools in his hands fell to the ground. Bulma was really shocked when she heard the voice of the robot coming to report. Bulma put down her work and walked toward the door with a graceful figure. Even wearing white work clothes can't cover up those proud peaks and perky peach buttocks. Are you Son Gohan? Oh my god, you are so young, how did you come to Exodus? As far as I know, Bowsy Mountain is more than 1,000 kilometers away from Exodus. Bulma grew up in shock. Mouth. Haha, Aunt Bulma, it's our first time meeting you. Please give me some advice. As for how you got here. After Son Gohan greeted politely, he directly used the flying technique to rise from the ground, flew over the high gate into the manor, and came to Bulma. Pervert, Son Goku is perverted, his son is even more perverted, he can fly at such a young age. Bulma was shocked by Son Gohan again and again. Aunt Bulma, what's your name, Aunt? Am I that old? Bulma said coquettishly. Well, then what should I call you? Son Gohan was speechless. But looking at the cute Bulma in front of me, I was a little excited. After all, in his previous life, when watching the 7 Dragon Ball anime, Bulma was also the goddess in his heart. Although her looks are a bit poor, she can't stand being rich. It's just that the penetration turned into Son Goku's son, and the flutter in Son Gohan's heart suddenly dissipated. It can't be done without dissipating, he is only over 2 years old, and Bulma across from him is already 20 years old. Even if he has the intention, he is powerless now, and Bulma will definitely not be with Son Goku's son. What's your name? My sister has mixed up the seniority, and my aunt makes me look older, so just call me Ms. Bulma. After struggling for a moment, Bulma gave up the title of sister. Otherwise, wouldn't she be a generation lower than Son Goku? Okay, beautiful Ms. Bulma, can I ask you a favor? Son Gohan said helplessly. Oh, geez, you have such a sweet little mouth. Who taught you that? It's not him who taught you that, stupid idiot like your dad. Could it be Chi-Chi? Bulma giggled. No one taught me, Ms. Bulma is really beautiful. Son Gohan bombarded Bulma with sugar-coated bullets. Giggle. Okay, no matter what you do, I'll help you. Come in with me first. Bulma gave in directly, took Son Gohan's little hand, and walked towards the villa. Huh, Bulma, is this your and Yamcha's child? Is he already so old? When are you two going to have a wedding? Ha ha ha, I have a grandson, woohoo, it's unimaginable, I have a grandson, I'm old. Mrs. Breves was watering the flowers in the garden and saw Bulma pulling Son Gohan, so she thought it was Bulma's child. Mom, what are you talking about? Didn't I tell you, I broke up with that guy a long time ago. And, I'm still a virgin. Bulma roared angrily. Don't be angry, you will get wrinkles if you are angry. Mrs. Breves said with an indifferent expression. He is Son Goku's son. Son Goku and your son. Oh, my daughter, it's not easy to be a mistress. Mrs. Breves. Bulma's eyes were on fire. Hello Mrs. Breves, my name is Son Gohan, I am the child of Son Goku and Chi-Chi. This is the first time we meet, please take care of me. Of course Son Gohan has to come to Bulma's rescue, otherwise, the two may get entangled. When? Polite little guy. Ha ha, you and Bulma go in and I'll get you a drink. What do you like to drink? Mrs. Breves instantly developed a liking for the polite and cute Son Gohan. Anything is fine, thank you Mrs. Breves. Son Gohan politely replied. You're welcome, cuck, let's go, Gohan. Western capital. What? A gravity chamber that is 300 times heavier than itself. And it is doubled. You are now about 50 caddies. According to your requirements, twice the weight is 100 caddies, which is equivalent to 2U. In the case of doubling, 100 caddies 3 times, 300 Jin, 4 times of 300 Jin, oh my god, I'm afraid the Earth doesn't have the material you want, it's impossible to have such a hard material that can withstand such terrible gravity. Bulma's eyes widen in horror. She couldn't imagine how terrifying the 300-fold multiplier would be. I'm not good at mathematics, do you have any masters to do the math? See you in the comment area. Leave the materials to me, and you just say, if I find a material that is strong enough to support this kind of gravity, can you help me make the gravity chamber I want? Son Gohan asked. Who am I? I'm Bulma, synonymous with genius. As long as you can find the materials, I can do it 500 times, let alone 300 times. Bulma couldn't stand the excitement, and then uttered bold words. Okay, it's a deal. I'll look for the materials, and I'll come to you when I find them. I'm leaving first, goodbye, beautiful Ms. Bulma. Son Gohan moved his feet slightly off the ground and disappeared at high speed. This little guy, who said that wind is rain, I'm afraid there is no such material on the entire Earth. Could it be that he can still find it on alien planets? Bulma shook his head, forgetting Gohan's words. Call out, ahem, sorry, can you lend me the Dragon Ball radar, Ms. Bulma? Oh, you startled me. Didn't you leave? Dragon Ball radar, could it be that you want to make a wish with Shenron, and ask for a hard material? Bulma directly guessed Son Gohan's thoughts. But the fact is unexpected, I saw Son Gohan shaking his head. It has something to do with this. But it's not directly making a wish. Dragon Ball radar, I'll look for it. Wait a minute. Bulma went to the studio, rummaged through boxes and cabinets, searched for a full hour, and finally found it. Hey, the battery is out, wait a minute, I'll change the battery for you. Bulma took the screwdriver, removed the back cover and replaced it with a new battery. Dee buzz buzz, why is there signal fluctuation? Could it be that it has not been used for a long time? Bulma said to himself in surprise. Ms. Bulma, I have one with me. Son Gohan took out the 4 planets he was carrying. I see. Son Gohan followed the instructions of the Dragon Ball radar and quickly found all 7 Dragon Balls. But instead of summoning Shenron, he returned to Baozi Mountain, and instead of going home, he looked for the universe spaceship that Son Goku had come to Earth on. He has been training in Baozi Mountain for so long, and he has already memorized the terrain by heart. Where there are grand canyons, cliffs, and deep pits, they are all clear. It's just that I usually just focus on training and don't look for it on purpose. He searched every inch of the cliff, the Grand Canyon, and in the 14th deep pit, he finally saw the round spaceship completely covered by weeds. I saw him raise his palm slightly, strike in the air. Ha! An invisible air wave instantly scattered the weeds covering the spaceship. Reveal the true colors of the universe spaceship. The spaceship that can shuttle in the deep space of the universe is really strange. For more than 20 years, although it has been covered by weeds and exposed to wind and sun, there is no trace of rust, but it is cold and cold. If this spaceship can bear it, one wish can be saved. Son Gohan murmured. Secretly calculate the plan in my heart. I saw him raise his palm, and a wave of energy directly lifted the spaceship to float in the air. Then take the spaceship and fly to Bulma's house. Western capital. Gohan, you said this is the universe spaceship your father was on. Son Goku is an alien. No wonder he's so perverted, with a full moon and a tail. Bulma instantly realized that he had said something wrong, and stopped answering. Calm down. He looked at the tail behind Son Gohan again. Don't worry, Aunt Bulma, my family goes to bed early and never looks at the moon. Son Gohan waved his hand. You know, Bulma was surprised. Bulma is even more curious about this mysterious little guy. Does Son Goku know he is an alien? Bulma asked. Ms. Bulma, please keep it secret for now. My father doesn't know yet. When the time comes, I will explain it to him. Son Gohan requested. Okay, I'm going to test the materials first. Just wait for me. Bulma dismantled the original parts of the spacecraft and ran to the testing room. 15 minutes later, Bulma slowly stepped out of the testing room. How is it, Ms. Bulma? Son Gohan looked a little stiff because he noticed that Bulma was not happy. Although this material is harder than any material on Earth, it still cannot meet your requirements. But if you lower the standard, it can achieve 300 times the normal increase. That is, based on your weight, increase the multiple, it's not like doubling it and then doubling it based on the doubled weight. Although it's a bit hard to explain like this, I think you should be able to understand it, right? Bulma explained. Well, Ms. Bulma, I can understand, it's pretty much what I expected. Then please do as I asked, and I should be able to find hard materials in a short time. A gravity chamber with normal multiples, it didn't work for me. Son Gohan said. Okay, I can do the basics for now and wait until you find other materials and then add them in. Bulma agreed to Son Gohan. Okay, then I'll go first. 20 minutes later. Son Gohan came to the bottom of Karin Tower. Marvel at the towering Karin Tower. Sure enough, it's high enough. I wonder if the super divine water will have any effect on me. Son Gohan's feet lifted off the ground, and his body rose straight up. A few seconds later, we arrived at Karin-sama's residence. Son Goku's son has a powerful talent, and his strength surpasses Son Goku. Karin-sama came to Son Gohan with a wooden staff in hand. Hello Karin-sama, it seems that you are just like what your father said. Standing on Karin Tower, you can observe everything on the earth. Son Gohan said hello. I'm far behind. This kind of ability is just a glimmer of what the gods and Master Bobo taught me. Karin-sama waved his hand and said modestly. But there is still a bit of arrogance on his face. Karin-sama, I came here to use super divine water to improve my strength. Son Gohan explained his purpose. Hey. Son Goku's son, can't you see that I am such a big man? Your father and I are brothers, shouldn't you call me uncle? Yaki, who was sitting against the wall next to him, Luobei showed his dissatisfaction. Haha, Uncle Akiro, you have wasted a lot of fairy beans over the years, right? Karin-sama, do you need my help to throw away the garbage for you? Call out, what are you doing, please stop. I was wrong, let me go. Yaki Luobei grabbed Son Gohan's wrist and begged. Son Gohan directly lifted Akilobei's collar, floated his feet in the air, and lifted his body into the air outside the platform. Son Gohan looked down upon this fat man who was just waiting to die. Although in the original world, Fatty has a character who saves the day. But when it wasn't because he ate so few fairy beans that the Z warriors couldn't recover their health, he came to give them to him. Even in the incident when Vegeta first came to Earth to fight Son Goku, there was no Senzo that caused Son Goku to lie in the ward for a full month. Okay, Gohan, let him go. Although he is a worm, it is boring to have no one here all year round. Karin-sama begged for Akilobe's mercy. Since Karin-sama begged for mercy, I will spare you, but I tell you, from now on, no more fairy beans are allowed to be wasted. Do you understand? Son Gohan's young body exudes a powerful aura. His eyes were full of murderous intent. I know, I will never eat fairy beans again. Yakiluobe promised Son Gohan in horror. Karin-sama, I think that if you provide him with a place to stay, he should also contribute and provide you with dried fish. Dad told me that the fish he grilled is very delicious. Son Gohan joked. Dried little fish, suck it. Karin-sama burst into tears after hearing this. Yakiluobe, did you hear what Son Gohan said? 3 meals a day, no, 4 meals, dried small fish, can you do it? If you can't do it, I will trouble Son Gohan to throw you down. You seem to you can't fly, can you? Karin-sama looked at Akilobe with a slightly threatening look. No problem, no problem. It's easy. Yakirobe instantly agreed to Karin-sama's request. Temple over Karin Tower. Mr. Popo, that Son Gohan, it seems a bit difficult. The god frowned and said. The soul is stronger than ordinary people. Bobo's black face showed no expression. I don't know if his birth will be good or bad for the earth. The god worried. Since he is Goku's son, he must not do anything to the earth. Bobo said indifferently. I hope so. Kalanta, Karin-sama, let's get down to business, where is Chaoshunshui? Son Gohan asked. Follow me. Karin-sama took Son Gohan to the storage room below the platform. That's the bottle of super god water that was born independently. There should be more than half of the bottle now. The most powerful people on Earth can only take a sip. It was your father, Son Goku, who drank half of the bottle back then. Karin-sama, the wooden stick in his hand, pointed to the porcelain vase on the wall niche and said. Half a bottle. Son Gohan walked slowly to the alcove, picked up the super magic water and gulped it down. Hey, you're only 2 years old, no matter how powerful you are, you don't dare to drink so much. Karin-sama said hastily. But it's too late. Separate. Son Gohan had a full belch. Karin-sama, get out of the way of the stairs, let me go out, I can't hold it anymore. Son Gohan controlled his body with all his strength, suppressing the terrifying aura. It was extremely difficult to speak, and a trace of unusual green flashed across his face. Karin-sama ran away after hearing the words. Son Gohan dodges and leaves at high speed in an instant, the air outside Karin Tower. The terrifying, powerful aura directly made the earth tremble. Some active volcanoes even erupted directly. The well-known martial arts masters of the people on Earth even looked up in the direction of Karin Tower. Kalanta, a strange yet familiar breath, is it Goku? On a small island in the middle of the sea, a bald man raised his head and said to himself. The uninhabited Gobi wasteland. Why on Earth, I practiced so recklessly, why is there such a powerful existence? Piccolo Daimao pricked his palm with his finger, and purple blood flowed out. Tianjin, is that the breath of Goku? Dumpling asked. Kind of like, but not, said Tien Shinhan, frowning. Baozi Mountain, Gohan, Kalanta, super divine water. Son Goku was thoughtful. Kalanta, whoa, Son Gohan breathed out like a blower. It's so toxic. No wonder my father will suffer from viral heart disease in the future. It turns out that the function of super god water is to develop the function of the heart to the extreme, so that its blood supply function becomes stronger and its running speed becomes faster. In order to achieve a strong own fighting power, but if you want to refine the super god water, you must have a strong chi in a body as the foundation. When my father drank the super god water, his combat power must have been only 100 or so, and the toxicity was hidden in his heart, but with the improvement of his combat power, that trace toxicity can't do anything to my father, but learning to use Kaio-ken puts a burden on the body, which makes the hidden toxicity have a chance to burst out. Son Gohan immediately deduced the cause of Son Goku's heart attack through the super magic water. Son Gohan clenched his fist. The half of the bottle of Super Saiyan also allowed him to successfully break through the bottleneck, and he clearly felt that he could break through Super Saiyan at will. Moreover, with the breakthrough of the boundary, the limit of normality also broke through, and he felt the continuous eruption of potential. 3.05 million, 3.1 million, 3.3 million points. The body is also about 10 centimeters taller. After adjusting his breath, Son Gohan returned to Karin-sama's residence. Son Gohan, you are so angry, you are too strong. I can't even detect your upper limit. Karin-sama's eyes widened with disbelief. I have no upper limit. Son Gohan said in a majestic tone. Pervert, even more perverted than Son Goku. Karin-sama didn't know what to say anymore. Are you still going up? Karin-sama asked. The temple, you still have to go there. Gohan was full of curiosity about the mysterious Bobo. Goodbye, Karin-sama. Gohan slowly descended from the central pillar and arrived at the temple. Fairy, Mr. Popo, hello. Son Gohan greeted politely. Son Gohan, you are very powerful. The god frowned. Bobo has no expression. The earth is my home, and my family is here. Of course Son Gohan understands what the gods mean. That's good. Are you here to go to the Spirit and Time House for training? The god asked. Son Gohan shook his head after hearing this. The time has not come yet. I am here to ask you to ask Piccolo to come with me. You must be curious about your origin, right? Although people on Earth have different forms, there are no people like you who can cut off their fingers and regenerate. Dragon Ball's race. You mean, I'm not from Earth? Who are you and why do you know so much? You're only 2 years old. The fairy's tone was full of shock. Before answering this question, I would like to hear Mr. Popo's opinion. Son Gohan did not answer the god's question, but instead turned his attention to the black-faced Bobo. In this universe, there are many mysterious things, and there are some powerful beings whose bodies and souls are immortal. They can be reincarnated and reborn through some ways. And they don't need to go through the Yama realm. Bobo then said what he thought about Son Gohan's guess. Son Gohan was relieved when he heard this. Brainstorming is the most deadly, and Bobo's explanation justifies his lies. Son Gohan followed Bobo's words and said, all the things in my past life have nothing to do with me. Since I was born on the earth, I am an earthling. Even if my father is an alien, he still regards the earth as his home. This is the best, Bobo said expressionlessly. Mr. Popo, I'm more curious about your origins than mine. Son Gohan looked solemn and his muscles were tense. All vigilance in mind. Curiosity will kill the cat. Bobo did not answer. An invisible pressure made Son Gohan breathless. Mr. Popo, the god said to save him. Yes, Lord Immortal. Bobo put away his pressure. Hoo-hoo, it seems that the gods also know that Mr. Popo is not simple. Son Gohan gasped for breath. Since I can take over the position of a god, I am not a fool. Although I don't know the origin of Mr. Popo, in the history of the temple, Mr. Popo has never done anything to harm the earth, nor has he controlled or participated in it. The development of the earth. This is enough. In terms of qualifications, Mr. Popo is the real god of the earth. The fairy explained. I'm getting to the bottom of it. I'm sorry, Mr. Popo, but I'll have to trouble you in the future. Son Gohan said humbly with a hurt look. After all, punching power is the truth, and big fists are the last word. His fist is not as big as Bobo. God, please contact Piccolo. Son Gohan got down to business. Wait a moment, but I don't know if he will come. The god said unconfidently. Tell him that if he doesn't come, he will never have a chance to surpass my father in his life. Son Gohan said calmly. Killing someone is heartbreaking. Son Gohan's words directly grasped Piccolo's 7 inches. I think he must come. The god silently sent a telepathic message to Piccolo. Son Gohan took out the 7 Dragon Balls he found and placed them in the center of the hall platform. Buzz buzz. 7 Dragon Balls sparkle. Son Gohan, are you going to use Shenron's power to bring Piccolo back to my hometown? The god immediately understood Son Gohan's plan. That's right, although the Namek people are a kind race, they are more xenophobic, and Namek is the only race. In order to avoid conflicts, bring Piccolo, it will save a lot of trouble. Son Gohan explained that he took Piccolo to S reason. Piccolo was born of my evil thoughts. With his temper, I'm afraid it will be bad if he goes there. Why don't you take me there? After thinking for a moment, the immortal put forward his own idea. According to what I know, your lifespan doesn't seem to be long, right? I'm tired of traveling, and I don't want to be the sinner who turns 7 Dragon Ball into stone. What you said is also reasonable, then let him go. If the tribe agrees with him, then when he returns, I should also let this remnant body return to his place. Earth has you and Son Goku, you can also rest assured. You mean fusion. This is also a good choice. How can you tell right from wrong? The current Piccolo is no longer the previous Piccolo Daimao. You should have discovered that besides defeating my father's obsession, there is no other idea of evil. Son Gohan very much agrees with the idea of the gods. But if I fuse with Piccolo, Shenron will also die with me. When I was fully body, I also created a set of Dragon Ball, but due to the influence of evil thoughts, it was full of uncontrollable. Once I make a wish, it will make the earth falling into the apocalypse. Because of this, I deliberately sealed the set of Black Star 7 Dragon Ball, and did not let it appear in the world. I am afraid that after me and Piccolo fusion, let him revive Shenron, there will be uncontrollable factors. The fairy worried. In the original book, Piccolo is the main character, and gods are integrated into Piccolo. In fact, Piccolo has not lost the superpower to create Shenron. The reason why Piccolo didn't resurrect Shenron himself is because of this reason. Don't worry about this, I believe that among the people of Namek, you are not the only one who can make Dragon Ball. Son Gohan has already figured out a way based on his memory. By the way, the Dragon Ball you mentioned, can you make a wish on other planets? Son Gohan asked suddenly. Do you want to say, go to a planet without life and make a wish? The god immediately guessed Son Gohan's thoughts. Yes, if you don't make a wish on the earth, you won't let the earth be destroyed, right? The god shook his head when he heard the words, I haven't tried it, but I guess, even if the earth is not destroyed, it will continue to cause disasters on the earth. After all, the materials for making the Black Star 7 Dragon Ball are taken from the earth. Then you have to seal it up, this is a ticking time bomb. Son Gohan frowned. Don't worry, that set of Dragon Ball was sealed and hidden by Mr. Popo himself, even I don't know where it is. The fairy is not worried about this at all. Since Mr. Popo did it himself, I am relieved. Son Gohan was relieved when he heard that it was Mr. Popo who did it himself. Until now, he still couldn't guess Bobo's origin. However, Bobo's horror is no less than the gods of destruction in his previous life memory. No, maybe gods of destruction is not as scary as Bobo. Such a terrifying figure, for unknown reasons, is hiding on Earth. Call out, call, immortal, you better tell the truth. Otherwise, I will demolish your palace. Piccolo opened his mouth to strike lightning. Come up to demolish other people's palaces. Don't worry, you and I are one. Whether you're lying or not, you know it all. The immortal said indifferently. Who is this little kid? Piccolo looked at Son Gohan in surprise, and his eyes suddenly showed suspicion. Because he felt a familiar breath from Son Gohan. Combined with Son Gohan's look, hairstyle. Are you the son of that Son Goku guy? Piccolo looked fierce. What, any ideas? Son Gohan stared blankly. Haha, what a crazy brat. You are much more crazy than your simple father. If I kill you, it will be regarded as my revenge. Piccolo exploded with anger, and his white cloak was blown by the wind to dance. You, kill me, worthy. Son Gohan released 1% of his energy. 1% of 3 million still has a full 30,000 points of combat power. Although this little bit of combat power is nothing, in front of Piccolo at this time, it's like terror has descended. Yes, it's you. Not long ago, the powerful aura that Kalanta erupted was you. Piccolo suddenly broke out in cold sweat and his whole body trembled. The whole person was pressed to the ground by Son Gohan's terrifying aura. No matter how hard he struggled, he couldn't get up. This terrifying and powerful aura was actually emanating from a child less than 3 years old. In addition to the fear in Piccolo's eyes, there was also a hint of will to die. Just when he thought he was certain to die, Son Gohan instantly put away his pressure. Piccolo quickly stood up, distanced himself, and assumed a fighting stance. If I want to kill you, it's useless no matter how far you hide. I don't even need to move my hands to kill you. Phew, bang, when Son Gohan's eyes condensed, and an invisible air wave burst out. The powerful air wave instantly overturned Piccolo and knocked him flying to the flower orchid of the palace. The flower fence was also smashed by him. How dare you insult me like this? Piccolo had veins all over his body. The flame of anger ignited the reason in the mind. Magic flash. A thick yellow energy beam instantly hit Son Gohan with his hands behind his back. Attacking in anger, Piccolo's combat power exceeded his own limit, reaching 1,100 points. Son Gohan blew a breath, and the magic flashing light beam instantly turned and shot towards the sky. No, it's impossible. Piccolo stepped back again and again, his eyes filled with disbelief. Son Gohan, Immortal, and Bobo stood quietly without making any move or saying a word. Piccolo's violence was unexpected by Son Gohan. Because of him, history has changed. The reason why Piccolo was whitewashed was, apart from the influence of Son Goku, a large part of the reason was because of Son Gohan. In the original work, the arrival of Raditz made him understand that the enemy of his enemy is his friend. He teamed up with Son Goku to kill Raditz. The news that Vegeta and Nappa were coming to Earth also made him unable to worry about his old grudges. He personally took Son Gohan to train, and his cold heart also cracked open under the influence of Son Gohan. But now Son Gohan personally takes action to influence history, completely disrupting the development of this time and space. Back to the topic. After Piccolo fired his strongest blow, he completely calmed down. 3 minutes later. Why are you looking for me? My current strength is of no use to you, right? After Piccolo calmed down, his intelligence completely returned. Calm down. Stop dancing. Son Gohan teased with his lips raised. HMPH. Stop talking nonsense. Since you asked me to come, there must be someone who needs me. Although my fighting ability is not as good as yours, I am not a fool. Piccolo crossed his arms, his tone full of unwillingness. In that case, let me tell you the truth. Son Gohan began to explain why he called Piccolo, and also told him the origin of Piccolo. The temple. Immortal, do you mean that too? He said, would you consider fusion with me? The newborn Piccolo was born on Earth. So for Namek, there is no feeling like the gods have for Namek. Instead, he is interested in the fusion that Son Gohan said. Go and see my hometown for me. After you come back, the temple has a new successor, and I will fuse with you. After all, you are still young, and I don't want to cause you to die because of my lifespan. The god gave Piccolo a reassurance. Well, I promise you. Go to Namek with you. But I don't guarantee that I will be recognized by Namek. After all, I am the clone of evil thoughts, Piccolo Daimao. Piccolo's tone was full of arrogance. Your self-confidence is too blind. As far as I know, with your combat power, you can't even rank in Namek. If you fuse with the gods, you may still occupy a small position. Son Gohan opened his mouth to strike. My lord doesn't believe it. There won't be so many perverts in the world. Except you and Son Goku, my lord is not afraid of anyone. Piccolo didn't believe what Son Gohan said at all. Sit in a well and watch the sky. I look forward to your expression after being slapped in the face. Son Gohan didn't bother to argue. Okay, let's get down to business. Call Shenron directly, let Shenron send me and Piccolo to Namek. Son Gohan stepped in front of Dragon Ball, ready to call Shenron. Balls or sacks, I have an immature idea. Piccolo prevents Son Gohan from calling Shenron. Oh, what are you going to do? Is it possible that you still covet Shenron? Son Gohan looked at Piccolo threateningly. No, according to what you said, the old man came to Earth on the spaceship of Universe, can we return to Namek by spaceship? Piccolo asked. That's right, I thought it was my home, but I didn't expect that house to be the Universe spaceship. If I take the spaceship to Namek, wouldn't that save me a wish? The fairy also agreed with Piccolo very much. I have thought of everything you can think of, but it will take a month to reach Namek on the Universe spaceship you came here on. My time is against every second, and I don't want to waste time on meaningless things. Besides, let me stay with you in a spaceship for a month. I'm bored just thinking about it. Son Gohan could naturally think of the Universe spaceship, but he finally gave up on that idea. After all, since Raditz came to Earth, Dragon Ball's worldview has been completely subverted. Countless powerful enemies are coming, and they are on the verge of death every time. He is now confident to beat Frieza, but there are still artificial humans in the later stage, number 17, number 18, Cell, Majin Buu and so on. Even gods of destruction, Angel, Mara, Immortal Zamasu in Dragon Ball Super. He wants to improve his strength as soon as possible, and quickly unleash his potential. Time travel is his advantage, and he will use his familiar history to maximize this advantage. Back to the topic. My king doesn't want to stay with you for a month, let's call. Piccolo thought of the picture of himself staying with Son Gohan for a month, and his whole body exuded resistance. Come out, Shenron, and grant my wish. Call. A strong wind blew up in the temple, and the sky darkened instantly, with lightning and thunder in the sky. A thick yellow beam of light shot up into the sky, and it took shape in just a few seconds. A Shenron similar to Chinese mythology appeared. Say your wish, any wish is fine. Shenron's resounding voice sounded. Shenron, send me and Piccolo to Namek. Can it be done? Son Gohan wished. Namek, it's a bit far away, let me try. Shenron's body was flying in the air, his head was raised high, and his eyes were shining red. Found it. Do you want to teleport there? Shenron asked. Well, that's my wish, teleport me and Piccolo to Namek. Swish. The figures of Son Gohan and Piccolo disappeared instantly. The wish has come true, goodbye, Maker. Son Gohan, the wisher, disappeared, and Shenron could only say goodbye to the god. For the god who made him, Shenron still has a little bit of respect. Go. The immortal raised his old palm and waved. Call out. 7 Dragon Balls rose from the ground and flew in all directions at high speed. The moment it hits the ground, it turns into a stone, waiting for a year to meet a destined person again. Namek. In the tribe where the second elder Muli belongs, 2 figures suddenly appeared. It's so comfortable. As soon as Piccolo appeared, he felt like he appeared in an embryo. Who are you? Which tribe are you from? Why haven't I met you? Second elder Muli walked slowly. Second elder Muli, Son Gohan asked, looking at the familiar face in front of him. You know me. Muli was surprised. Hello, Elder Muli, I am an Earthling from the Earth in the northern Milky Way, and he is a Namek who returned to his hometown from Earth. Son Gohan did not hide his origin, but sincerely. He knew that Namek had a very clear perception of good and evil. How did you know the location of Namek? Although I don't feel any malice from you, I'd like to ask you to explain it. Although Muli didn't notice the malice, but as the second elder of the Namek people, he still has a good attitude towards the aliens. Be alert. Although one of them is still from Namek, you should be able to see that he is not perfect. Son Gohan pointed to Piccolo and asked. Avatar of evil thoughts. This unreasonable skill has long been forbidden to be used by the tribe. Whether it is good or evil, it is owned by a normal creature. Although good and evil are separated, an extremely kind and intelligent tribe will be born, but they will also a violent and evil tribe was born, and everything is relative. In the history of Namek, there was also a disaster caused by the evil clone breaking through the prison. So the clan has banned the use of the clone technique. The second elder can naturally see Piccolo's body incomplete. But his kindness avatar is a very talented dragon. He can make Dragon Balls. Piccolo and I were sent by Shenron. That's what you call Belonga. Son Gohan explained. That's how it is, but I think he's out of the category of extreme evil, not so violent. Said the second elder. That's right, he was born from the clone of evil thoughts. Welcome back, I will report to the great elder. Second elder Muli initiated a voice transmission to the great elder. Muli, bring them here. The great elder ordered. Yes, great elder. Muli respectfully replied. Follow me, too. Mu-Liping floated in the air, and flew towards the great elder's residence with the 2 of them. Son Gohan is still a maverick, with his hands folded and flying upright. Namek, here we are, please follow me. Muli led the 2 of them to the residence of the great elder. Muli brought alien visitors to see the great elder. Muli announced standing outside the house. Clack clatter. There was the sound of footsteps, and a Namek man the same height as Piccolo stepped out of the house. I've seen the second elder, and the first elder ordered them to go in. Said the Namek man who came out. Nilu, let the 2 of them go in, we haven't seen each other for a long time, let's catch up outside. It turned out that this Namek man was the guard of the Great Elder Namek, Neil with a combat power of 50,000 points. Son Gohan, Piccolo, go in. Muli pointed to the door and said. Good. Son Gohan is the first to go inside the house. Piccolo followed closely behind with an impersonal expression. Second Elder, who is that clansman? Why does he look like he needs to be beaten? Nailu couldn't help frowning when he saw Piccolo's appearance. He is a descendant of the Namek people who escaped from the planet during the Namek catastrophe. He is an all-around genius. The evil clone is a combat-type Namek with powerful talents, and the good clone is a super genius who can make Dragon Balls. Merly couldn't help but praise. HMPH, then I must give him some advice when he comes out. Nailu had a dissatisfied expression. Hehe, the clansmen are exchanging ideas, be merciful. Understand. The two chatted one sentence at a time, and Son Gohan and Piccolo saw the ultimate goal of this trip. Great Elder, hello. Son Gohan greeted politely. Piccolo still looks like the boss of the sky and his second child. A clone of evil thoughts, isn't it completely? The Great Elder looked at Piccolo in a strange way. Although Piccolo did not greet politely, he still felt a hint of love from the huge body of the Great Elder. Hearing the Elder's question, Piccolo replied involuntarily, I am the second generation of Piccolo born from his evil clone. After finishing speaking, he was still wondering why he would take the initiative to do this. So that's right, since you are a newborn, there is no such thing as good and evil. Come here, let me see, whose child are you? I am the only one left, and all the current clansmen were born by me. The Elder raised his huge palm with great effort, and waved towards Piccolo. Piccolo stepped forward involuntarily. The Elder's palm was placed on Piccolo's head, and the palm glowed slightly white. Piccolo's memories of the first generation of Piccolo Daimao since birth and in his mind have been checked clearly. From the good and evil avatars of gods, taking over the priesthood of the earth, evil thoughts and cholera on the earth, being sealed by Wutato, unsealed, Son Goku, everything is perceived by the Great Elder. I see, you are Kadaz's child. If Kadaz hadn't protected me, maybe I wouldn't have survived. Unexpectedly, you have perfectly inherited Kadaz's talent, and you are even better than Blue. Tears of excitement flowed from the eyes of the Great Elder. He looked at Piccolo, as if he saw the scene where Kadaz was protecting him. Son, are you willing to go back to Namek? The Great Elder showed loving eyes, and there was a hint of expectation in his eyes. I will not stay in Namek. I was born on Earth, I have not yet ruled the Earth. Piccolo rejected the offer of the Great Elder. All right then, you can rest assured to fuse with that clone of good thoughts. Although you are the second generation born without the shortcomings of the clone of good and evil, your lifespan is still linked to him. If he dies, you will follow him. The Great Elder did not force him to stay. Then will I be influenced by him? Piccolo asked his own worst worry. No, your combat power is stronger than him, and your body is also younger than him. If you are fusion, you will be the main fusion. The Great Elder explained. That's good. Piccolo breathed a sigh of relief. Son Gohan, you little guy, you seem to have wisdom and soul that don't match your age. After solving the Piccolo matter, the Elder finally set his sights on Son Gohan. Elder, this is not important, what is important is that I can protect Namek from Frieza's harm, what do you think? Son Gohan said indifferently. Universe Emperor Frieza, why do you say that? I, the Namek family, have been blocked since the catastrophe, and have never had any intersection with Frieza. The Elder trembled when he heard the name that frightened Universe. Grand Elder, there is an old saying in my parents. It is not necessarily a good thing to have a magical Dragon Ball that can fulfill any wish. Son Gohan reminded. You mean, Belenga will get Frieza's attention. Maybe he doesn't know now, but what about in the future? I don't think any strong person will refuse the wish of immortality and eternal youth, right? Son Gohan asked rhetorically. As far as I know, Saiyan has no means against Frieza, right? Also, Saiyan is also doing things in Frieza's hands. Wanton destruction of other people's planets. Asked the Elder. My father, Son Goku, escaped to Earth when planet Vegeta was destroyed. Planet Vegeta was not hit by a meteorite, but was destroyed by Frieza himself. Frieza and I are born enemies. As for the means to fight Frieza, please protect yourself, take care. Son Gohan explained while accumulating energy all over his body. I saw Son Gohan exuding a terrifying aura all over his body, surrounded by white arrogance. The sky was dark and the sky was dark, lightning and thunder. Great Elder. Nailu instantly moved to the side of the Great Elder at a high speed, and at the same time exploded to block Son Gohan's aura from crushing him. The huge residence of the Great Elder was instantly overturned, and Piccolo was blown out of the way. The white arrogance began to glow with golden light, turning into golden color. Son Gohan's dark hair also began to change color, and as Son Gohan shouted, his eyeballs also began to turn green. 3 million, 10 million, 50 million, 150 million points. The whole Namek was trembling, and the Namek people distributed in various tribes of Namek looked at the direction of the Great Elder's residence in horror, and some fighting Namek people also flew towards the Great Elder. Great Elder, do you think I have the strength to fight Frieza now? Son Gohan raised his hand, and at the same time sensed his own strength curiously. He is also the first time to transform into Super Saiyan. Feeling this frightening power, Son Gohan couldn't help but be amazed. Son Gohan, do you want the Great Elder to die? The Great Elder's lifespan is limited. Nailu said harshly. Nailu, don't be rude. The Elder stopped Nailu. Little friend Gohan, I didn't expect you to have such terrifying power at only 2 years old. It's unbelievable. The Elder couldn't help but sigh. Great Elder, Niru, where is the enemy? Protect the Great Elder. All the fighting clansmen of Namek are also coming one after another. Namek, okay, shut up, it's too noisy. Before the Great Elder could speak, Nailu spoke to stop the noisy voices of many Namek people. People, please go back to your tribes. After silence, the Great Elder also ordered the assembled tribesmen to return. As you command, Great Elder. Whoosh, whoosh. Little friend Gohan, I made you laugh. The Great Elder said in a friendly manner. It doesn't matter. Son Gohan spread his hands. The so-called fist is the truth. The terrifying fighting power of Son Gohan completely convinced the Great Elder. Excuse me for talking too much, but since you have such a strong combat power, why don't you just kill Frieza and solve the problem from the source? The Great Elder asked. Son Gohan shook his head when he heard this. The enemy in front of you is not necessarily the final enemy. The universe is progressing and the times are developing. Now I can easily defeat Frieza, but there are many beings in this universe who are stronger than Frieza. I am not their opponent yet. But using the time difference, I will become stronger and stronger, enough to cope with and defeat every enemy that appears in the future. Quote. Stronger than Frieza, strong ones that you can't defeat. Are there everywhere, haha, little friend Gohan, are you kidding me? The Great Elder finally lost his calm demeanor and began to widen his eyes. Do you think I'm joking? Quote. Quote. I agree to your request. Let Muley take you to travel to various tribes to collect Dragon Balls, and make your wish come true. Piccolo stays, I have something to tell you. The Great Elder finally agreed. Son Gohan's request. Happy cooperation, Great Elder, I guarantee Namek. Son Gohan put away his Super Saiyan transformation and returned to normal. By the way, I heard that, Great Elder, you have the superpower to develop the potential of others. I didn't know. Son Gohan was a little moved. But his current combat power is much higher than that of Super Gang in the original work, and he doesn't know whether the Great Elder has the ability to develop his potential. Son Gohan, the Great Elder's life is short, and you are so powerful. If you want to develop your potential, I'm afraid you can't do it. Before the Great Elder could speak, Nailu rejected Son Gohan's request on his behalf. It's okay, Nailu, I can give it a try. As long as the development is within the scope of my capabilities, it won't affect my lifespan. Little friend Gohan, come over here. I'm also curious about how much potential you have. The Great Elder waved his hand, motioning Son Gohan to step forward. Okay, it's best to develop it. If you can't develop it, don't force it. After all, your life is closely related to the existence of Dragon Ball. Son Gohan strode forward. The Great Elder raised his huge palm and placed it on Son Gohan's head. The endless potential has no end, it's too scary. As soon as the Great Elder activated his superpower, his expression instantly became frightened. With the drive of ability, Son Gohan's unfathomable potential was aroused. 3 million, 3.5 million, 4 million, 5 million points. Phew, this is all I can do. The Great Elder only used his superpower for a few seconds and was already gasping for breath. The entire chest is pumping like a ventilator. About 5 million points, transforming into a Super Saiyan 50 times, and 250 million combat power, should be enough for the events we will encounter in the next few years. Son Gohan murmured to himself. Mu-Li, take little friend Gohan to collect the Dragon Ball. The Great Elder recovered a little and his state improved a bit. Yes, Great Elder, little friend Gohan, please come with me. Mu-Li flew out first, followed by Son Gohan. Piccolo, Naru, come here. Great Elder, Nelu said respectfully. Piccolo, when you go back, you must fuse with the clone of Shan Yen, so that your body will not have any defects. If you fuse, the Namek race will probably give birth to a super Namek person. You definitely have this potential. Nelu, don't care about me life or death. If Namek encounters a crisis in the future and Piccolo comes to you for fusion, you must not refuse, do you hear me? The Great Elder looked majestic. Do you have any opinions? The Great Elder looked indifferently. No, follow orders, Great Elder. Neil quickly replied. Piccolo, child, come forward. The Elder turned his head and cast his kind eyes on Piccolo. Piccolo stepped forward involuntarily. The Great Elder helps Piccolo unleash his potential. Blazing white flames erupted around Piccolo's body. The combat power instantly went from 1,000 points to 10,000 points. Call, the strength I just had, the strength I have never felt before. Piccolo couldn't suppress the excitement in his heart. Potential, powerful body, complement each other. Your potential is also unfathomable, although not as good as that little guy, but it is far more than the current combat power. If you want to unleash your full potential, you must exercise your body and strengthen your heart, in order to draw out more potential. The Great Elder saw Piccolo's inner unwillingness, and encouraged Piccolo to educate him. Grand Elder, thank you. Piccolo saluted the Grand Elder respectfully for the first time. Okay, back off, I'm tired, remember what I said. The Great Elder waved his hand, closed his eyes, and motioned for the two to back off. Seeing the tired Elder close his eyes, Neil and Piccolo exited the residence carefully. Destroyed shelter, you ask? That's not a problem at all. As the almighty Namek, the Great Elder just used a little trick to restore the residence to its original condition. HMPH, if there is a day when the Great Elder really said it, I hope your combat power will not be too low, or you will be a fusion dominated by me. Neil came out and said to Piccolo disdainfully. Let's see, next time we meet, I will definitely convince you. Piccolo knew that he was not his opponent now, so he didn't challenge him, but let go of his harsh words. He is arrogant, not stupid. Knowing that you can't beat him, but still going up to seek death, that's an idiot. The two were quite awkward together. Piccolo got up first and went towards Son Gohan's breath. Neil sat cross-legged, guarding in front of the Great Elder's door. Son Gohan sighed, collected by Muri himself. Collect 6 football-sized Dragon Balls in a fraction of the time. The last one is in his tribe. Tiantian, come and summon Balanga. Hearing this, Son Gohan looked at the child hiding behind the second elder Mu-Li. Tiantian is also the god in the future of the earth in the original book. Except for the Namek people who are not fighting type, the other talents are powerful, and they have excellent dragons who make Dragon Balls. Hello, Tiantian. Son Gohan showed his age-appropriate friendly smile for the first time. Hello, Tiantian seemed a little shy. Tiantian, go. Mu-Li gently searched Tiantian's head. Yes, second elder. After Tiantian said respectfully, he trotted to the front of the 7 Dragon Balls. I saw him open his arms, face the Dragon Ball and use Namek to summon Shenron. Come out, Palunga, come out and grant my wish. The sky is darkening, lightning and thunder. Chapter 11, Namek. The extremely long days in Namek ushered in the dark night again, but everyone on Namek knew that this was because of the influence of the Dragon Ball. The sky was dark, the earth was dark, there was thunder, and a ferocious beast burst out from 7 Dragon Balls. The body ranges from slender to thick, with muscular shoulders, a pair of tapered black sharp corners on both ends of the shoulders, and a black spike on the back that looks like a fish fin. Scarlet eyes, weird face. The Earth's Shenron is still in line with my aesthetics, but this Palunga looks like the monster from Ultraman in my childhood. Son Gohan looked at the Namek Shenron in front of him and couldn't help but mutter to himself. Say your wishes. 3 of them can come true. Palanga didn't care about Son Gohan's words, but followed the procedure and asked them to make wishes. Gohan, what wish do you want to make? Tiantian turned around and asked. Let me have the instant transmission skill like Supreme Kai. This wish was something he had thought about for a long time. Instant transmission, the snake oil skill in the 7 Dragon Ball world. Jilawalaguru. Tiantian translated Son Gohan's wish into Namek language and made a wish to Palanga. This wish cannot be achieved. Palanga's scarlet eyes glowed slightly, and he suddenly told him that it could not be achieved. Why? Son Gohan frowned. Sir Supreme Kai's instant transmission can travel across the universe, and can even go to Lord Zeno's palace. The power of this Shenron cannot penetrate the 7th universe, so it can't be done. Palanga explained. Is that so? How far can you be the strongest? Son Gohan asked. I confuse the instant transmission of Supreme Kai with the instant transmission of Planet Adrat, so that you can instant transmission to anywhere in the 7th universe without having to specifically sense chi. When you go to other universes, you can just rely on perception. Breath instant transmission finds the target. Palanga proposed the most perfect plan. Just do as you say. Okay, your first wish has been fulfilled, please tell me your second wish. Palanga activated his power, and a message was passed into Son Gohan's mind. Son Gohan closed his eyes, and the map of the 7th universe instantly appeared in his mind. As long as he wants, he can reach anywhere in an instant. The second wish is that I will not lose my mind after transforming into a gorilla and can control it easily. Son Gohan said the second wish. Transform into a gorilla and learn about the transformation of Super Saiyan IV. According to his understanding, after Son Gohan transforms into a great ape, he will lose his mind and turn into a violent beast. Tiantian also translated Son Gohan's wish to Palanga. I have to say that the Namek Dragon Ball is more powerful than the Earth Dragon Ball. You must use a specific language to make a wish. This is simple, just strengthen your soul power. Palanga's eyes glowed again. Your second wish has been fulfilled. Palanga successfully fulfilled Son Gohan's second wish. Son Gohan instantly felt clear and clear. Things that used to be complicated have become simple in his mind. Not only did he get a way to control the gorilla, but his wisdom and understanding also improved a lot. It's like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The third wish is to give me the ability to survive in the vacuum of the universe. Son Gohan then made a third wish. This is easy. Son Gohan suddenly felt that even if he held his breath and opened the pores of his body slightly, he could absorb the nutrients traveling in the air to survive. There is no air in a vacuum, but there are countless types of energy. Okay, the 3 wishes have been fulfilled, then, goodbye. Palanga radiated golden light all over her body, and returned to the 7 Dragon Balls the size of footballs. The 7 Dragon Balls also temporarily turned into stones. Thank you, Second Elder, every day. Son Gohan accomplished the purpose of this trip, turned around and thanked the 2 of them. Call out. A figure fell, and it was Piccolo who came. You don't need to be polite. I'm just following the instructions of the Great Elder, said the Second Elder. Gohan, will you come back in the future? Tian asked. Yes, I will meet you in the future. Son Gohan touched Tian's cheek. Second Elder, I won't say goodbye to the First Elder. Please tell the First Elder. If Namek encounters a crisis in the future, you can contact Master King Kai, and then contact me through him, and I will come right away. Son Gohan purpose Dacheng didn't bother to waste time, so he said goodbye to Muley directly. Okay, I will pass on your words to the Great Elder. Goodbye, little friend Gohan. Goodbye, Gohan. Tiantian also waved his little hand to say goodbye. Tian, I believe we will meet again soon. Goodbye, Piccolo, please hold my hand. Son Gohan said. Is this necessary? Piccolo asked with some disgust. If you want to stay in Namek, I think the people of Namek here still welcome you. Son Gohan said with a shrug. Piccolo put his hand on Son Gohan's shoulder helplessly. Call out. The figures of the 2 people fade away in an instant. The screen changed, and when it reappeared, it had already returned to the Temple of Earth. I'm finally back, how's it going, have you seen the clansmen? The fairy's eyes showed excitement. You talk to Piccolo, I'll talk to Mr. Popo. Mr. Popo, is it convenient for us to talk? Son Gohan didn't bother to explain, and took Popo as an excuse to leave the two of them. Piccolo was even more proud, and directly transmitted the memory of this journey to the gods, and then flew down and left the temple. Son Gohan, what's the matter with you? Bobo remained calm as usual. Mr. Popo, if I go to the underworld to find the king of the world to practice, will there be any accidents, for example, causing the gods of destruction to wake up? Son Gohan asked tentatively. Why do you think I know this? A trace of curiosity flashed across Bobo's face. Because I can't see through you. Looking at the entire universe, I know all the strong men with names and surnames, even gods of destruction Beerus and Angel Whis. But I am very unfamiliar with you, and I don't know your identity. I don't know your intention to stay on Earth. Son Gohan looked serious. He is not afraid to expose himself now. Brain supplementation is the most deadly. Bobo suspected before that he is the reincarnation of the soul of a strong man with memories. This passage completely confirmed Bobo's guess. Sure enough, you were reincarnated with memories. Bobo said calmly, as if everything was as he expected. As everyone knows, this is the real purpose of Son Gohan. Mr. Popo, you haven't answered me yet. Son Gohan played tricks and continued to ask. My identity is not something you can know, but no matter what happens to the Earth, I will not take action, even if the Earth is destroyed. Even if it is ordered by the gods, I will at most assist you. Of course, I will not do anything you do control. Where to practice is your freedom. Gods of destruction wake up, it is not within my jurisdiction. Bobo still did not reveal his identity. The future is long, Mr. Popo. Son Gohan didn't ask any further. Bowsy Mountain. Dad, I succeeded, do you want to see my new form? In addition to his age in the previous life, Son Gohan is only about 20 years old. After successfully breaking through Super Saiyan, he still couldn't help but want to show off. New form, let me see. Son Goku was very excited when he heard that. After Son Gohan told Bobo that the day will be long, instant transmission returned to Bowsy Mountain. Let's go out and transform. I can't control it now. If I ruin the house, my mother will be angry. Son Gohan carefully glanced at Chi-Chi who was washing the dishes. Okay, let's go to the lake. Son Goku moved away at a high speed. Son Gohan followed. Coming to the lake in the middle of Bowsy Mountain, Son Gohan calmly closed his eyes. Golden flames, golden hair, green pupils. The second transformation was not as earth-shattering as the first one. What was destroyed was also some trees and flowers around. Coupled with Son Gohan's deliberate suppression, it did not cause much fluctuation. But Son Goku still felt a frightening energy from him. The transformation of a mixed-race child lacks the original violent anger of Saiyan. Even if he transforms into a Super Saiyan, he is quite peaceful. Gohan, this energy is too powerful, I can't detect the upper limit at all. Son Goku's eyes dropped out of shock. That's right, Dad. If you use numerical values, your combat power is around 12,000 points, and my full strength combat power after transforming into Super Saiyan is a full 250 million points. Own gap. 250 million. Did I hear you right? Billion. If I understand correctly, a gap of 20,000 times. Son Goku, who was naturally dumb, was once smart. Dad, after I went out this time, I went to a planet named Namek. On that planet, Son Gohan began to tell him about this journey, and at the same time, he took this opportunity to tell Son Goku that he is also an alien, a fighting race of Saiyan. Saiyan who escaped to the Earth to grow up because of the destruction of planet Vegeta. He attributed the source of this news to the credit of this journey. Father, according to the legends left by the Saiyan clan, my current form is the once in a thousand years Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan, it sounds amazing. Gohan, hurry up and teach me how to transform. Son Goku was eager to try, excited. Dad, you can't do it now, have you forgotten what I said? Your normal combat power must reach at least 3 million points before you can touch the bottleneck of Super Saiyan. And it is more difficult for you to break through than me. There are too many. Extreme emotional outbursts are required to break through. Extreme anger, extreme fighting spirit, may serve as catalysts to break through Super Saiyan. Son Gohan explained. Then I'm only at 12,000 battle points now, How long will it take to reach 3 million points? I feel like I've reached a bottleneck now. No matter how hard I train, I can't break through the limit. Son Goku was very upset when he heard that. Father, to tell you the truth, Piccolo is about the same fighting power as you now. Saiyan is a fighting nation in itself, a powerful nation with a dying resurrection whose fighting power has increased exponentially. Do you understand what I mean? Son Gohan blinked. Haha, Piccolo, here I come. As a combat lunatic, as long as he has something to do with combat, no matter how stupid he is, he will understand what Son Gohan means. Hey, Dad, don't forget to go to Kalanta to get the fairy beans. Son Gohan shouted loudly. Understood, Gohan. The voice fell, and Son Goku had disappeared. Hehe, this father is really impatient. I also have to start my training plan. I wonder if Kaio-ken will be passed on to me by Kaio-ken. With a bang, Son Gohan's instant transmission disappeared, and he went to the King Kai star in the underworld. Whether it is the Milky Way or the underworld, even the Supreme Kai star is just a matter of different dimensions, and each dimension belongs to the 7th universe. Son Gohan's instant transmission can send him anywhere in the 7th universe. The later Son Goku can do it with the instant transmission skill he learned from the planet Yadrat. It's just that you need to feel the breath. King Kai. As soon as Son Gohan appeared, Babris ran over, and at the same time yelled, as if to ask again, who are you? Hello, you are Lord King Kai's pet Babris, right? Son Gohan greeted friendly. No, Papa. Babris clapped his hands, as if to say that you were right. Hey, who are you? A voice came from behind Gohan. Gohan turned his head and looked. The figure who came was King Kai. Hello, Lord Realm, I am Son Gohan from Earth, and I was ordered by the Immortal to practice with you. He said that you are the most powerful existence in the Milky Way. Thousands of clothes, 10,000 clothes, flattery but not clothes. As soon as Son Gohan opened his mouth, the corners of King Kai's mouth rose, joy in his heart. Little baby from the earth, although you are young, you speak very nicely. I can't say that. I can only be regarded as the strongest in the northern galaxy. Although King Kai likes to be flattered, he dare not too exaggerated. After all, there are gods standing above their heads, but he has not forgotten why his Kaiwangxing became smaller. Hehe, you are too modest. The Kaio-ken you created is amazing in the mouth of the gods. I am full of praise. I came here this time to learn Kaio-ken from you. Son Gohan continued while flattering, don't forget to put forward your own goals. Of course the gods didn't tell him this. It is estimated that even the gods don't know the skill of Kaio-ken. But he is a child, so he can only lie, otherwise it will be a lot of trouble to explain. Oh, I didn't expect my Kaio-ken to be so famous, even the gods on the earth know about it. King Kai couldn't control the joy on his face. That's right, the god told me to ask you for advice with an open mind. Good. You are a very good person, you can listen to your words very well, and you can avoid the level of telling jokes. I will teach you. King Kai has already been beaten by Son Gohan's sugar-coated cannonballs. Thank you Kaio-sama. Son Gohan bowed. To learn Kaio-ken, you must have a strong body. While speaking, King Kai suddenly ran to Son Gohan, squeezed his little hands and legs, patted his back and said, what a strong body, I didn't expect you to be alone. It seems that a 2-year-old child has such a powerful body, and I think your bone age is still in childhood, right? The bones have not yet grown to their full potential. In the universe, there are countless strange races, and races with the height of Son Gohan can be seen everywhere. But after King Kai checked Son Gohan's bone age carefully, he was amazed at Son Gohan's strength. Do you think I am qualified to learn your own Kaio-ken? Son Gohan asked. Ahem, is there any? I still need to try. You catch Babris first. Call out. Before he finished speaking, Son Gohan immediately picked up Babris in a flash. My planet's gravity is 10 times that of the Earth's. I didn't expect you to adapt so easily. King Kai widened his small eyes. Any more requests? Son Gohan asked. Hey, take this small hammer and hit the middle ancient Legly, and I will teach you Kaio-ken. King Kai cast a spell. A gavel appeared out of thin air in Son Gohan's hand. Gregory. King Kai yelled. A creature that doesn't know whether it's a bee, a dragonfly or a grasshopper flies over. My lord, what are your orders? Gurgly would speak human words. Fly with all your strength, don't let him hit. King Kai pointed to Son Gohan and said. No problem. Gurgly was full of confidence. Hehe, is that right? Before Son Gohan finished speaking, he disappeared instantly and came behind Gurgly. You haven't started yet. Gurgly was so frightened that he couldn't speak. I didn't hit you again, you can run away. Son Gohan said indifferently. Then Gurgly used all his strength to fly and escape. Phew, brush, whoosh, whoosh. No matter how fast it flies, when it stops, Son Gohan will always be behind it. It's boring, can you hurry up? Son Gohan yawned boredly. Gurgly was a little angry. But there was a glimmer of light in the eyes of the king of the realm below. Okay, Gurgly, stop. You are not his match. Son Gohan, you come too. King Kai stopped them. HMPH. Gurgly left quickly. Son Gohan landed slowly. Is it all right, Master King Kai? King Star, your name is Son Gohan, right? Yes, Lord Kai. Kaio-ken is a set of skills I created myself. It is said to be a boxing method, but it is actually a set of secret techniques to improve chi. Since it is a secret technique, there will be certain side effects. Using Kaio-ken will cause unbearable pain all over the body, or life crisis. After hearing this, do you plan to continue studying? King Kai asked. Son Gohan is naturally very aware of these side effects, but as the founder of Kaio-ken, King Kai himself is not aware of Kaio-ken's abnormality. After all, ordinary people cannot develop Kaio-ken to the limit. It is only possible with a perverted body like Saiyan. And after being revived from the death crisis, the combat power will increase dramatically. Kaio-ken, paired with fairy beans, is simply tailor-made for Saiyan. I want to learn, and I have the confidence to carry forward Kaio-ken to a limit that has never been seen before. Son Gohan is full of confidence. Okay, I'll teach you. King Kai made a decisive decision when he heard Son Gohan's words and no longer hesitated. Kaio-ken, every time you upgrade, your strength will also double from the basic combat power. The king of the world began to talk about how to practice and use Kaio-ken. It turns out that the so-called Kaio-ken is to double the speed of cell division. Every time the boost is doubled, the speed of cell division doubles. Cell division, death, and rebirth are originally the rules of the human body's autonomous operation. But Kaio-ken changed this rule. The split cells split again before they died. Everyone's strength is closely related to their own body. Kaio-ken's strength naturally doubled after such a change. Of course, what followed was the pressure on the body, bones, and internal organs. Especially the pressure on the heart will directly double. After all, the heart is the engine of the human body. If you want cells to divide rapidly, you must have the support of the heart and provide enough power. Hearing this, Son Gohan thoroughly hammered the cause of Son Goku's viral heart disease in the future. The supernatural water that I drank when I was a child is very toxic. Son Goku did not digest it completely like Son Gohan when he was a child. A trace of toxicity has always been hidden in his heart. Originally, with his body getting stronger and stronger, he could completely suppress this trace of toxicity. However, after learning Kaio-ken, he had an accident. He used Kaio-ken beyond his capacity, which made his heart full of pressure, and he couldn't perfectly suppress the toxicity. Although every time I eat fairy beans, I regain my physical strength and stay healthy. But that trace of toxicity has long been mingled with him, and the fairy beans can't get rid of it. In addition, he successfully transformed into Super Saiyan during the Frieza period, with a 50-fold increase in strength, which became the last straw that broke the camel's back. Toxicity was also in the artificial man period, and Son Goku broke out completely after transforming again. If it wasn't for the special medicine brought by Future Date, I'm afraid it would be impossible to recover. Use your own chi to ignite the cells to make them divide rapidly. This is the principle of Kaio-ken. Do you understand? Understood, Lord Kai, you are so smart, I didn't expect you to know so much about the structure of the human body. Son Gohan's words were also full of admiration. Although the insignificant fat man in front of him is not strong, he is indeed smart. It seems that there is another truth in this world of 7 Dragon Balls, which is that such inconspicuous existences should never be underestimated. King Kai, Majin Buu, Popo, Zeno. Son Gohan murmured. The inconspicuous but perverted existence in the Dragon Ball world emerged in my mind. You understand the principle. Next, I will teach you how to operate the Kaio-ken successfully. The King of Kai began to teach him the skills of Kaio-ken. Son Gohan is also like a good student, listening carefully without blinking. King Kai said while asking Son Gohan to try. 3 hours later. Lord Realm King, stay away, I'm using it for the first time, I'm afraid I won't be able to control my chi on my own. Son Gohan clenched his fists tightly, and started his first real attempt. It doesn't matter, even if you use it successfully, you won't do anything to me. Kaiwang began to push. Because Son Gohan deliberately suppressed his anger, the King of Kai did not discover Son Gohan's true strength. Haha, it's really an old lady getting under the covers, haha, Kaio-ken. Before Son Gohan could finish speaking, he started to explode. The place where the moon-sized Kaio suddenly occurred, and the houses collapsed. Kaio was instantly blown over to the only fruit tree on the planet, hugging the tree tightly. Hey, Son Gohan, please control it, otherwise my family will be destroyed by you. Kaio shouted in dissatisfaction. But Son Gohan uses Kaio-ken for the first time, how can he control it independently? Boom, hum, I saw Son Gohan's young body suddenly swelled up a little, his muscles suddenly bulged, his clothes seemed to be blown up by a blower, and the white air waves under the normal burst of combat power instantly turned into red. The hairstyle is also slightly raised. The combat power breaks through from 5 million points to 10 million points. 3 times Kaio-ken, Son Gohan shouted loudly. The combat power increased sharply again, reaching 15 million points. That's enough, stop it. Kaio shouted to stop him. Ah, have mercy on me. Who is it? I'm going to die. You are already a soul body. If you die, you will be wiped out in ashes. Son Gohan's pressure spread throughout the underworld, causing turmoil in every corner of the underworld. In the hell under the King Kai, the sound of howling ghosts and foxes was also heard. The soul bodies lined up at King Yama's side were all in turmoil. It's really shocking. After all, Son Gohan did not suppress his momentum this time, unlike when he transformed into Super Saiyan on Earth. Even 15 million points of combat power is perverted enough in this time period. Son Gohan, stop quickly, Kaio shouted again to stop him. Kaio-sama, I feel that I have not reached my limit now, I can continue to improve. Son Gohan said reluctantly. If you don't stop, Kaio will be shattered by you. Can't you hear the evil spirits in hell howling? Kaio said hurriedly. Okay then. Son Gohan slowly put away his pressure, Kaio-ken's form receded and returned to normal. Kaio landed and wiped the sweat from his head. Son Gohan, you didn't tell me that you are so perverted. I'm afraid there are not many opponents in the entire northern galaxy. Kaio said dissatisfied. You didn't even ask. Besides, I don't think I'm that powerful in the northern galaxy. Son Gohan thought of Majin Buu sealed on Earth. My current self is still far from enough. By the way, Son Gohan, what did you mean when you said, Grandma under the bed, before using Kaio-ken? Kaio asked curiously. Because when Son Gohan said this, it was because of himself that even if Son Gohan used Kaio-ken, he would not do anything to him. Haha, I made you laugh. Son Gohan said lightly. The old lady got under the covers and made me laugh. Kaio was stunned for a moment and his face turned red. After being embarrassed, he burst out laughing uncontrollably. Haha, I laughed so hard, I didn't expect you to tell cold jokes. Ha ha ha. Son Gohan shook his head helplessly. He didn't understand why Kaiu's laughter point was so low. King Star. Son Gohan sat cross-legged, closed his eyes and meditated hard. Since the King of Kai doesn't allow him to experiment, then he deduces in his consciousness that he can use multiples of Kaio-ken. 5 times to 6 times, I can use Kaio-ken 6 times now, and if it goes up, my body will collapse. Son Gohan opened his eyes. 6 times. That's crazy. 6 times Kaio-ken means 6 times more than your normal strength. Any opponent who is comparable to you will no longer be your opponent after you use Kaio-ken. The king of the realm was completely stunned. He didn't expect that a student he taught casually would be so perverted. Some people may think that since Son Gohan can already transform into Super Saiyan, why should he learn this tasteless Kaio-ken? Of course there is a reason for this. Son Gohan in the original book, through the potential development of the old Supreme Kai, developed a transformation that is even more perverted than Super Saiyan 3, a mysterious form. And the old Supreme Kai said, Super Saiyan is an abnormal transformation that damages the body. Son Gohan's mysterious form is the transformation that is really suitable for him, with less wear and tear, strong combat effectiveness, and almost no physical load. How perverted would it be if Son Gohan stacked Kaio-ken in mystic form? Taking a step back, even if the mysterious form cannot stack Kaio-ken, what about Super Saiyan God? This is not groundless, after all, Son Goku managed to do it. As for why Super Saiyan God can superimpose Kaio-ken, Son Gohan also figured out the reason. Although it was not explained in the original book, judging from the fact that Son Goku was able to fight Beerus in the vacuum of the universe, it should be that after becoming a god, the level of life has undergone a qualitative improvement. Super Blue superimposed Kaio-ken, although there is pressure, it is not a problem. Chao Lan transformed into Super Saiyan form after Saiyan became god form. One can imagine how perverted the level of life would be after becoming a god. From the current point of view, even if it is 10 times Kaio-ken, it is useless and damages the body, but in the long run, it will be indispensable in the future. So this is why Son Gohan specially asked Kaio to learn Kaio-ken. Master Kaio-ken, I have already learned Kaio-ken, so I won't bother you. Thank you very much. Son Gohan bowed to Kaio-ken. Wait, Gohan, although Kaio-ken is powerful, but I still have a skill that is even stronger than Kaio-ken, don't you want to learn it? Finally, a genius came. Of course he couldn't just let Son Gohan go away like this. No, I don't want to learn it anymore. Of course Son Gohan knows what the Kaio-ken said is a skill that is stronger than Kaio-ken. Spirit Bomb. That's right, it's the Spirit Bomb that can only be thrown by raising your hand and surrendering after being beaten up. Why, my Spirit Bomb is invincible. As long as there is an evil heart, the Spirit Bomb can be destroyed. I think you are young and have a simple mind. You can definitely learn it. King Kai the First don't understand why Son Gohan is unwilling. He hasn't even mentioned the benefits of Spirit Bomb. It's inconvenient for me to say this, but I'm sure I won't learn it. Son Gohan's tone was unusually firm. No, since you have learned Kaio-ken, you must also learn Spirit Bomb. King Kai stood firm. Okay, let me try. Son Gohan said helplessly. Then he said again, forgive me for being presumptuous, sir, would you know this trick? Ahem, of course this king will. Stop talking nonsense and keep calm. The king of Kai coughed to cover up his embarrassment. It's been a full day. Otherwise, forget it, Lord Kai, I'm so hungry. Son Gohan said helplessly. Why you, a 2-year-old child, can't collect the vitality between heaven and earth? King Kai was very angry. Of course not. Although Son Gohan is not evil, he had some bad attributes in his previous life. Especially the study materials for those T's that are indelible in my mind. The vitality of all things required by Spirit Bomb is extremely refined and pure vitality. Ahem, let's not delve into the reason. How about I introduce you to someone who can definitely learn it? Son Gohan asked. It's a deal. Kaio's wish is to have his Spirit Bomb, Kaio-ken, come out so that he can show off in front of other Kaioans. The person Son Gohan is talking about is Son Goku, and only Son Goku's extremely simple character can possibly learn it. Even though he and Chi-Chi gave birth to Gohan, he still had no distracting thoughts about lust in his heart. Kaio-sama, I won't disturb you anymore. Son Gohan said goodbye again. Leave after eating. Also, half an hour later. Kaio's eyes almost popped out. In front of Son Gohan, there were already piles of dishes and some deboned bones scattered everywhere. The dogs shook their heads and left crying. You've eaten up all my food for a month with just one meal. Kaio couldn't believe that the little guy who was less than 1.3 meters in front of him actually swallowed dozens of times the amount of food. I'm so tired of dancing. Son Gohan muttered with his mouth full of food. Swallow it before talking, Kaio said angrily. Gouda, ah, so cool. I said I was born with a good appetite. Son Gohan replied. It's a blessing to be able to eat, 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 eat. Don't starve yourself to death, Kaio said angrily. By the way, Lord Kaio, please help me pay attention to one thing. The Great Elder of Namek may contact you at some time and ask you to find me. You must tell me in time. Son Gohan remembered the promise he made to Namek. Promise of. Oh, Namek, I didn't expect you to have been to Namek. As far as I know, the Earth does not have the technology to explore the universe, and it is even less likely that there is a spacecraft that can fly to Namek. King Kai asked in confusion. Don't delve into the reasons, don't forget how I came here, and don't forget that there are magical creatures like Shenron on the Earth, it's all without saying anything. Son Gohan didn't explain in detail because he didn't think it was troublesome. That's right, don't worry, if he contacts me, I will tell you in time. The King of Kai agreed to Gohan's request. Okay, now that we have eaten, I will send someone who can learn Spirit Bomb soon. You have to teach me carefully, Son Gohan said. No problem, but are you sure the person you're talking about can learn it? I'm very sure, I'll even surprise you, Son Gohan said with certainty. Okay, then I'll wait. Son Gohan hissed and disappeared. Earth. At this time, Son Goku is fighting Piccolo in the Arctic ice field. Hoo-hoo, what's wrong? Son Goku, are you out of strength? Piccolo Daimao gasped for air. Son Goku was lying on the ground without any strength. Better than, Piccolo, I can still fight. Son Goku struggled to get up, his legs were shaking. Piccolo is also barely able to stand. Hey, Dad, Piccolo, you guys had a lot of fun. Son Gohan appeared. Boom, Piccolo fell to the ground, and so did Son Goku. Earth's Arctic ice sheet. You two are really desperate. Son Gohan lifted the two of them up with his breath and fed each of them a fairy bean. Call. The two of them returned to their prime in an instant. But Son Goku is different from Piccolo. Just by sensing the breath, you can feel that Son Goku has become much stronger than before. Son Goku, you are a pervert. No, both of you, father and son, are perverts, Piccolo said in a moment of anger. While Son Gohan was studying with Kaio, Son Goku and Piccolo had already fought dozens of times. At the beginning, Piccolo was still able to gain the upper hand by relying on the strength gained from tapping the potential of the Great Elder. But the further you go, the less likely Son Goku is to be his opponent. Piccolo, you are also very strong, Son Goku comforted. Get out of my way. Don't think I don't know. In that fight just now, you were fighting with the same energy as me. It wasn't your full strength at all. Piccolo cursed in disgust. Ah, haha, this. Son Goku scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. Son Gohan looked carefully, and now Son Goku should have about 28,000 combat points at full strength, while Piccolo only has 15,000 points. In the situation just now, Son Goku must have deliberately suppressed his own strength. Fighting has to be evenly matched to be interesting. Only in this way can we progress. Apart from anything else, Piccolo, your newly developed magic-piercing light-killing cannon is simply invincible. Its lethality far exceeds your strength. Son Goku praise. Son Goku, don't be disgusting. I'm not a fool. Although my demon-penetrating light-killing cannon is strong enough, the charging time is the biggest flaw. Only a fool like you can wait for me to finish charging. Although Piccolo didn't admit it, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, showing that he still enjoyed Son Goku's praise. Piccolo, if you want to surpass my father, you must put the fusion immortal thing on your agenda. Son Gohan reminded. You don't need to tell me. I'm sure. Piccolo frowned. In fact, he wanted to join fusion in his heart, but he was afraid that the personality and thoughts of the gods would affect him. This caused a knot in his heart that he could not untie. I think differently from you. I don't recommend you to merge with the gods now. Son Goku put forward a different opinion. After Son Gohan took Piccolo to Namek, he came back and told Son Goku about Saiyan. The relationship between the two suddenly opened up. Piccolo is no longer obsessed with dominating the Earth and defeating Son Goku. Son Goku, on the other hand, heard that there are countless strong people in the universe and regained his fighting spirit. The deep hatred in the past had disappeared within the span of dozens of fights between the two. But the way they get along still shows a deep hatred. Son Goku, are you afraid that I will surpass you? Piccolo asked. No, I'm only excited if you surpass me. What I mean is that your current strength is far from reaching your upper limit. Listen to Gohan and you, as long as you fuse with the gods, your strength will multiply and enhance. But your current basic strength is just this much. Even if it is enhanced, how strong will it be? You have also seen Gohan's Super Saiyan form. Are you confident that you can surpass him? Son Goku explained. Son Goku, you're such a big fart, what do you mean by having so little basic strength? You look down on me. If you have the ability, let's fight again. Piccolo misheard the point. Son Gohan was speechless. Can you please listen to the key points? Son Goku said helplessly. I understand what you are saying, but I feel that it will be difficult for me to improve my strength without special methods. Even the Great Elder has not told me how Namek people can specifically improve their strength. Piccolo frowned. I have a solution for this. Son Gohan started to interject. Any solution? Piccolo, Son Goku set their sights on Son Gohan. At the end of the underworld snake path, there is an asteroid called Kaio. I have been practicing there these days. Although King Kai is not strong, he is knowledgeable and has skills to enhance his strength in battle. Son Gohan began to talk about his time on Kaio. Kaio-ken. The two of them widened their eyes. Yes, that's it, Kaio-ken. Son Gohan shouted. Red air waves emanate around the body. The terrifying aftermath even blew the two of them away. Call. After Son Gohan took back the Kaio-ken, the two quickly flashed over. Gohan, can I learn? Son Goku looked excited. Piccolo did the same, looking at Son Gohan expectantly. Dad, I am your son. If I can learn it, of course you can learn it. But as for Piccolo, the Namek people have different body structures from those on Earth. I don't know if I can learn it. But I can send you two away, go over and let the King of Kai personally teach you. Son Gohan said. Son Gohan, you are discriminating against me. What do you mean my body structure is different from that of people on Earth? I am different, do you Saiyans have the same body structure? Piccolo was very dissatisfied with Son Gohan's words. I'm sorry, except for blood and tail, Saiyan and Earthlings are different, but everything else is pretty much the same. Son Gohan looked at Piccolo teasingly and said. You, humph. Piccolo was so angry that he didn't even know how to defend himself. Gohan, then send us there. Hurry, hurry, I can't wait. Son Goku said. Dad, are you sure you don't want to tell Mom? Son Gohan said worriedly. Ah, Chi-Chi, you should say this. Son Goku was stunned when he heard this. Bun Mountain. What? Go to the underworld to practice? You don't want your life. Is the underworld a place for living people? And what will happen to your family when you leave? You don't make any money in the first place. You rely on hunting to make a living. Now you leave now, let Gohan eat and drink what? What should I eat? What should I drink? Chi-Chi pointed at Son Goku and cursed angrily. Not even a word was repeated. There were curses, complaints, tears, grievances, and anger. Gohan, how about, don't go? Goku said cautiously. Piccolo's face turned dull for a moment outside the house. Because Namek's cochlea is developed, he naturally heard Son Goku's words. Who is the strongest person on Earth? That's bullshit. His wife is, right. Wife, a terrifying creature. Fortunately, I am a Namek and don't need a wife. Independent reproduction is the ultimate truth. Inside the house, Chi-Chi is still complaining endlessly. Mom, I will be away for a while soon, so you don't have to worry about what I should eat. Son Gohan added fuel to the fire. What, you want to leave too? Son Goku, look at the good things you have done. Letting Gohan train with you is the biggest concession I have made. Now you have to take my Gohan to the underworld too. How pitiful, I'm young, I lost my husband and my son, oh. Chi-Chi directly misunderstood that it was Son Goku who caused Gohan to go to the underworld to report. Instantly burst into tears and cried loudly. Gohan, come on. Son Goku touched Gohan with his shoulder. Son Gohan had no choice but to coax in person. Mom, we are not going to die, but to practice. Moreover, my father and I have been away recently, so you can also take a rest. You can also go see Grandpa and go out for a walk. Turn around, buy some cosmetics or something. Don't worry about money, your son and I are so smart, I will never worry about money in the future. Now, this is the reward Aunt Bulma gave me, there is 100 million in it, you take it first flowers. 100 million. Chi-Chi grabbed Gohan's bank card directly at super light speed. At the same time, there was a golden light in my eyes. But he immediately put away his greed and scolded, Gohan, how can you take your Aunt Bulma's money? Although we are poor, we can't take other people's money in vain. Mom, I told you, this is the reward. Aunt Bulma asked me for help and gave me the reward. It's not for nothing. I do not believe. If you don't believe me, call Aunt Bulma and ask. Hey, is this Bulma? Gohan came back and said. Chi-Chi calls Bulma directly. Bowsy Mountain. Gohan, thank you for asking Bulma to arrange everything in advance, otherwise, I really wouldn't be able to get out. Son Goku wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. It turned out that before telling Chi-Chi, Son Gohan went to Bulma's house in advance. Using the spaceship that Son Goku rode in as a child, Bulma was asked for a reward. Although the spaceship is used as a gravity room for him, the technology that allows him to travel in the universe has indeed benefited the Bulma family a lot. Bulma was also very generous, and directly gave a 100 million bank card, and at the same time said, if it is not enough, ask her to get it. Gohan guessed that Chi-Chi would call Bulma to inquire, and discussed everything with Bulma in advance so that he could deal with Chi-Chi. The process was more serious than he had imagined, and Chi-Chi was furious, but luckily the result was a near miss. After Bulma found a reason to deal with Chi-Chi, Chi-Chi let go of the two father and son, took his bags and went to Ox King's house. Dad, it's not your fault. Who told you to blow up Grandpa's castle? That's why we are so poor. I'm only 2 years old, so I have to find a way to make money to support the family. Son Gohan complained. Ah, this. Hee. Son Goku naturally couldn't cope with Son Gohan's words. Okay, have you finished talking? You're so mediocre. 2 Saiyans with terrifying combat power will be manipulated by a woman. Piccolo couldn't bear it long ago. He really couldn't understand this kind of warm emotional scene in the family. Every second is torture for him. What's the rush? You want to be scolded by a woman, but you haven't had a chance yet. Who can fall in love with you, a guy with a green face and a green head? Son Gohan immediately taunted him when he heard the words. TCH, my lord doesn't need useless women. Oh, I forgot, you came out of the shell, you are not a mammal. Pity the best relationship in the world, you can't enjoy it. Son Gohan mocked in reverse. Emotions are the bonds that make you stronger. Piccolo said coldly. Cold-blooded and heartless guy. ... King Star. Master Realm, I brought you this, Namek's all-round genius, this, Saiyan's low-level fighter, is also my father, but your spirit bomb, I guess only my father has such a pure and kind heart, only those who can learn it. Son Gohan pointed to the two and introduced them to King Kai. I hope so, said King Kai. Well, I'm leaving, and the two of them will be handed over to you. When they learn it, you can contact me. I'll be in the northern Milky Way, and I won't go far away. Son Gohan left instant transmission after speaking. Son Goku and Piccolo also stayed in Kaiwang and began to follow Kaiwang's arrangements for training. Adapt to gravity, catch Babris, not gurgly, tell bad jokes, and much more. Son Gohan this way. He is currently staying on Earth's satellite, the Moon. This universe vacuum is really unfathomable. Fortunately, I made a wish like Shenron, otherwise I would not be able to survive. Son Gohan carefully sensed everything in his body. Since he made a wish to Shenron, his body has an additional function, and he came to the vacuum of the universe for the first time, and he has a clear feeling. Feel the pores of the whole body slightly open, absorb a trace of free energy in the vacuum, and then transform it into the nutrients the body needs, and complete the replacement of oxygen. Asking Kaio-ken for advice from King Kai is just a small step in his plan. Now, he is going to start experimenting to see if he can control his reason after transforming into a great ape, so as not to be affected by the tyrannical animal nature. Call out. After Son Gohan looked around, he picked a suitable target and teleported there. This position just happens to be able to fully observe the moon, and it is the position where Bolt's light can be used to the extreme under the sun's illumination. Son Gohan stared at the moon with his eyes wide open, and suddenly his tail moved autonomously, and he raised his tail towards the moon. In less than 3 seconds, an abnormality occurred in the body. The heart began to beat extremely fast, and the eyes turned scarlet. The muscles soared, and the body began to grow black coffee-colored hair. The mouth is even more prominent and elongated. Son Gohan clearly sensed the continuous energy coming out from the tail behind him. And this energy is mixed with a very violent, wild beast. But Son Gohan was a human being in 2 lives, and he blessed his soul through Shenron, so that his soul power was enhanced. He can easily suppress this beastliness and perfectly control his reason. Roar! Ah! A gigantic gorilla stands proudly in the starry sky, roaring to the sky. As far as I know, Super Saiyan 4 means transforming into a gorilla and then transforming into Super Saiyan again. I wonder if I can skip Super Saiyan 2 and 3 and transform into Super Saiyan 4. Once the curiosity comes up, just out of control. Son Gohan began to try, using the body of a gorilla to induce the transformation of Super Saiyan. Puff! Boom! Gaba! The moment the gas exploded, the muscles of the whole body collapsed, the surface of the body was sprayed with blood, the bones were broken, the whole body was fractured, and he was seriously injured. Oops! Clothes! Fairy Bean. With his last breath, he went to the position where he just appeared on the moon with instant transmission. Barely regaining his human body, he picked up the fairy bean hidden in the belt of his clothes and swallowed it. Phew, it's too dangerous. I'll be done playing in a second later. I really can't die if I don't do it. Son Gohan got up, and while putting on his clothes, he said to himself. At the moment when he exploded to trigger Chaosai's transformation, a wave of energy that frightened him and could not be controlled broke through his body in an instant. And that energy rushed up from the tail behind him. Fortunately, he gave up transforming in an instant, and the power slowly returned from his body to his tail. Only 1 life is left. It seems that my current physical strength is far from the transformation of Super Saiyan 4. In terms of that energy, if I want to control it, I need at least a new breakthrough in my life level. Is it possible that to become a God Queen, can I transform into Super Saiyan 4? Son Gohan began to think. After thinking for a long time, he couldn't find a good solution to the current situation. It doesn't matter. The current strength should be enough to cope with the next incident. In more than a year, my Uncle Raditz will arrive on Earth. The plot of Dragon Balls has also begun to draw the curtain. Son Gohan mumbling. Son Gohan began to figure out how to deal with what was going to happen next. Raditz, Nappa, Vegeta, even Frieza, are not in his eyes now. But that's just the beginning. After the trial of transforming into a gorilla, Son Gohan started the next plan. Just looking for Thunderbolt steel. Let Bulma create the gravity chamber he requested. Originally, he wanted to make a wish directly in Namek, but it's a pity that a wish that can be fulfilled is wasted like this. Later, he planned to go directly to the Supreme Kai Star, and ask the current Supreme Kai Shin to ask for Thunderbolt steel. But he remembered that in the original book, during the period of Majin Buu, Supreme Kai Shin and his servant Jebet appeared, and Zung said that killing Frieza only needs 1 finger. Although it is easy to kill Frieza now, I can't say with 1 finger. Just in case, there is no need to contact them now. So he decided to use this time difference of more than a year to travel the universe and look for Thunderbolt steel by the way. After all, he has instant transmission, so it is much more convenient for him to travel around the universe. And it can return to Earth in an instant. Son Gohan closed his eyes and explored the living planet in his mind. Located in the Pana cluster of the northern Milky Way, there is a planet that is 3 times larger than the Earth but has a very similar environment. The only difference is that there are as many as 3 satellites orbiting it. And its star has reached its final stage, its color is dark red, and sunspots are erupting everywhere. Now in a towering palace in the center of the planet. My king, I suggest that we contact the Frieza Corps and purchase a planet suitable for our survival. You fart, everyone knows the cruelty of the Frieza Legion. Let alone asking them to buy it, even if they know about our planet, I'm afraid they will attack directly. Right, Minister, although the Frieza Legion is famous for its brutality, their credibility is still very good. After all, they are in the business of selling planets. They will not ruin their own business, right? My king, what the Prime Minister said is wrong. As far as I know, many races bought planets from the Frieza Legion because their ancestral planet was facing an ice age. However, most of them were captured by the Frieza Legion after they were purchased. Genocide. Everyone knows the intentions of the left Prime Minister. The right Prime Minister raised his head and spoke in anger. The ministers under the throne were also divided into two groups, each talking to each other. It was noisy. Okay, please shut up, this king. There are still 10 years before the stars become extinct. Let's discuss this matter later. Let's stay together and leave the other ministers. The man on the throne waved his hand to signal them to leave. Yes, the ministers in the palace exited the hall in an orderly manner, leaving behind the left and right prime ministers and the man on the throne. If you look carefully, you will see that this race looks exactly the same as the people on Earth. The only difference is that there is an extra eye between the forehead and the eyebrows. My three-eyed clan is the descendant of God. It has developed to this day and has a history of tens of thousands of years. I believe that a mere star at the end of its life will not defeat us. Prime Minister, I order you to tentatively contact the Frieza Legion to see if there is no possibility of trading with it. If the situation goes wrong, even if you die, you must not expose the location of the three-eyed star. Right Prime Minister, I order you to go to the major states, gather the wandering tribesmen, inform the star of the crisis at the end of the period, and then board the spaceship, looking for new planets. Yes, my king. The two prime ministers on the left and right were not arguing at this moment. Maybe the order issued by the three-eyed king now is the golden mean, be prepared. The three-eyed king is also the leader of the three-eyed clan. The three-eyed clan is similar to the Namek clan in that they both avoid the world, but their reproductive power is much stronger than that of the Namek clan, and they are also mammals. Coupled with the advantage of the three-eyed star, its tribe has more people than the people on Earth, about 8 billion. It is worth mentioning that the three-eyed stars are also very powerful in combat, and their newborn children have hundreds of combat power points. After adulthood, those with strong talents can have tens of thousands of points. Even worse, there are thousands of points. As the king of the three-eyed clan, the three-eyed king has hundreds of thousands of combat power points. In 737 AD, Frieza officially took over his father's Kurdish legion. After taking over the throne, it was changed to the Frieza Legion. The same year was also the year when planet Vegeta was destroyed by Frieza. The three-eyed tribe has an ability that other races do not have, that is, they can predict the future. Of course, it is also part of the possibility of prediction. After Frieza officially took over, the three-eyed king used his innate ability to predict part of the future, and at the same time close the country, sealing off the contact between the three-eyed star and alien planets. This also allowed them to spend more than 20 years safely. Son Gohan was born in 757 AD, and now Son Gohan is almost 3 years old. Time has also come to the 760th year of Aegis. The three-eyed star was also in crisis during this time period. Of course, this crisis is not the three-eyed star itself, but the star that gives life to the three-eyed star is about to come to an end. At this time, Son Gohan went directly to the three-eyed star through instant transmission. As for the reason, it was of course because of Thundersteel. He asked Kaio where to find Thundersteel, and Kaio told him that only at the end of the star, when the core of the earth cools and collapses, can Thundersteel be born. Son Gohan also found the star that was about to be destroyed through the star map of the 7th universe in his mind. Son Gohan directly chose the three-eyed star to come, and at the same time, he also deliberately found an uninhabited place. This star, no matter how you look at it, it will take more than 10 years to collapse and destroy. Is it possible that I have to wait here for more than 10 years? Son Gohan looked up at the sun and muttered to himself. But after a while, he thought of a way. That is to destroy it yourself and accelerate the death of the sun. The sun at this time can be said to be dilapidated and full of cracks. All it takes is a little primer. It can cause self-destruction. But he is not a lunatic. Looking at the planet, he knows that there are still aborigines on this planet. If the sun is destroyed at will, the aborigines on this planet will all die. After thinking for a moment, Son Gohan carefully activated his induction to sense the strongest person on the planet. Not bad, hundreds of thousands of combat power, the clan's combat power is generally thousands, tens of thousands of points are not rare. It is also a nation with strong combat talent. But why have I never heard of it in my previous life? It seems that this Dragon Ball world there are still many unknown things. After sighing, Son Gohan used instant transmission to come directly to the Three-Eyed King. At this time, the Three-Eyed King was sitting alone on the throne, with a sad face on his face. Could it be that the Three-Eyed Clan is really going to be extinct in my hands? Maybe I can help you. Son Gohan appeared quietly. In addition, the Three-Eyed King was in a mess of thoughts. Until he took the initiative to speak, the Three-Eyed King found Son Gohan's trace. Who are you? As the leader of a planet and the head of a clan, the Three-Eyed King did not panic, but exuded coercion instead. Let me see if there is a need to save your race. Son Gohan said indifferently. Arrogance. My family's life and death, why do we need others to dominate? Hearing the words, the Three-Eyed King was furious, and instantly got up and exploded, surrounded by terrifying orange flames. After careful sensing, Son Gohan found that his combat power was around 800,000 points. Not bad, not bad. In the Northern Galaxy system, he can be regarded as a strong man. Son Gohan didn't care about his coercive aura at all. Please explain your origin, otherwise, don't blame me for doing it. The Three-Eyed King floated down and looked at Son Gohan. Boom! Son Gohan suddenly exploded with all his normal fighting power. The coercion of 5 million points of fighting power is not something a Three-Eyed King with hundreds of thousands of points can resist. Instantly blown to the throne. Beep, 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 beep. The eruption of Son Gohan instantly caused the palace to send out ear-piercing sirens. The strong men in the palace also came one after another, and the left and right ministers who had just retreated were called back by the siren before they left the palace. Protect my king. The door of the main hall opened, and the experts of the Three-Eyed Clan who practiced in seclusion appeared one after another. As soon as they entered the door, they each charged up and prepared to attack Son Gohan in front of them. Stop this, king. You are no match for him. The Three-Eyed King shouted loudly. Tianmu King, the oldest elder among them, expressed his incomprehension. Every Three-Eyed King has its own special title, and the name of this generation's Three-Eyed King is Tianmu. Great Elder, order all the elders to step down. You and the two prime ministers on the left and right will stay. King Tianmu waved his hand. The sirens in the palace also suddenly dissipated. Obey, Tianmu King. The Great Elder could only follow the instructions. Not bad, very smart. After the rest retreated, Son Gohan spoke. A strong man who came from afar, please tell me why you came here. I don't feel any malice from you. Of course, if you want to do something to hurt my Three-Eyed family, my family will fight to the death. Tianmu Wang said, neither humble nor overbearing. Clap clap, hee hee, as expected of a family of kings, it really is different. Son Gohan clapped his hands and applauded. With the protection of the left and right sides, the Tianmu King sits on the throne again. The Great Elder serves on the right. Are you talking to me like this condescendingly? Son Gohan asked. Come here, give me a seat. No. Son Gohan slowly floated into the air, rose to a position slightly higher than Tianmu King, and sat cross-legged in the air. Three-Eyed Star, I see that the stars that your planet is revolving around are coming to a period of destruction, right? Son Gohan asked. That's right, I don't know what your excellency's purpose is. Tianmu King became interested when he heard him express his heart not. To be honest, my purpose this time is the Thunderbolt steel that was born after the collapse and destruction of stars. Son Gohan directly explained the purpose of coming. I'm afraid I will disappoint you. The destruction of the stars will take at least 10 years. King Tianmu didn't get angry when he heard the words. After all, the end of the stars is a fact. So that's why I'm looking for you. Could it be that you want to? King Tianmu startled again. Yes, my time is limited, 10 years is too long. Son Gohan said indifferently. HMPH, it's impossible. My family hasn't found a suitable habitat yet. If you destroy the stars now, how will my family survive? Left and right are dead. If you insist on destroying the stars, it will be for my 8 billion three-eyed people. The tribe is the enemy, and we will fight to the death. King Tianmu was furious, and he regenerated his fighting spirit. Even if he couldn't beat Son Gohan, he would not just admit defeat like this. Three-eyed people, don't be afraid of death. If you want to destroy the stars, step over our corpses. Zuo Shang stepped forward and said. That's right, Prime Minister Left, this is the first time you and I have the same thoughts. Prime Minister Right also stepped forward and said. Don't be impatient, I think we can talk. Just as their fighting spirit erupted, the Great Elder suddenly said. Great Elder, do you want us to submit? The left and right ministers looked at him in disbelief. Fart, this old man has lived for so long, and his lifespan is coming to an end, do you think this old man is afraid of death? The Great Elder scolded directly angrily. Okay, listen to what the Great Elder has to say. Although Tianmu King was also angry, he still chose to believe the Great Elder. I'm asking you to call you my little friend. Since you chose to talk to us, there must be a solution, right? I don't know how to call you. The Elder clasped his hands. Seeing the Elder's actions, Son Gohan felt inexplicably fond of him. Because everything on this planet is extremely similar to the Earth in the previous life. The bowing ceremony of the Great Elder reminded him of China in the Imperial Dynasty. You can call me Son Gohan. A hybrid from Earth, Son Gohan doesn't hide his origins. At the same time, it also controls the appearance of the tail wrapped around the waist. 1. A hybrid of Earthlings and Saiyans. Saiyan, Frieza's dog, the two on the left and right uttered at the same time. Hugh is rude, shut up, both of you. The Great Elder scolded. It doesn't matter, Saiyan was indeed a dog for Frieza. But that was in the past, and there are not many Saiyans now. And I am also a mixed race born on Earth. My father is Saiyan, and my mother is from Earth. Son Gohan didn't pay any attention to what the two said. Anyway, it has nothing to do with him. Little friend Gohan, we haven't found a suitable habitat yet, can you wait until we find it before you destroy the stars? The Great Elder asked for the first time. Can't. Before they got angry, Son Gohan spoke again, but I can help you find a new planet. Cough cough. Tianmu King coughed instantly, and after all, he wanted to get angry, so he suppressed it again. Little friend, it's not a good habit to breathe heavily when talking. The Elder complained. You call me Xiaoyu, you can tell that I'm still a child, right? There's nothing wrong with a child who likes to play a little bit. Son Gohan didn't care about their complaints at all. Since the Great Elder relies on his elders and sells his elders, then he relies on his small ones and sells his small ones. I have to say Son Gohan's evil spirit of revenge. If you kick me, I'll give you a knife right away. Ahem, I'm being rude. I don't know what you mean by helping us find a new habitat. King Tianmu took over and asked in order to relieve the embarrassment. I thought before I came here that if you are a cruel race, then I will destroy this planet together. If you are a friendly race, then I will go out of my way to help you. Now since I can, if I say this, I can help you. Son Gohan said in an understatement. But everyone present was sweating. Fortunately, they didn't take action, otherwise without star destruction, their clan would be in danger of annihilation. Moreover, the combat power I just exploded is still far from my full strength. Very far. How far? King Tianmu's eyes widened. About, it's only 50 times stronger than the aura I burst out just now. It's not that strong. Son Gohan waved his hand. Listen, it's so Versailles. I believe you have the power to destroy our planet. In that case, please help us find a new habitat. King Tianmu no longer dares to say that he will fight to the death. A fight to the death, only if there is not much difference in strength can we call it a fight to the death. Now if we talk about fighting to the death, it is really like setting up a lantern in the toilet and seeking death. I see that your planet's technology is very advanced, and you can naturally observe the lifespan of stars. You must have been ready for the transfer a long time ago, right? Son Gohan asked. That's right, 1,000 years ago, the 9th generation three-eyed king of our clan began to prepare and build the universe spaceship. So far, the universe spaceship built has been enough to transfer 8 billion three-eyed stars, and it also retains there are many animals and plants, creating a perfect ecosystem. The Great Elder directly exposed the details. This is easy to handle. I wonder if you have heard of King Kai? Son Gohan asked. It is recorded in the literature that King Kai is in charge of the entire northern galaxy. Of course I have heard of it. King Tianmu answered first. In a sense, he is my master. I can ask him to help find an uninhabited planet suitable for your survival. How about you move to a new planet yourself? Son Gohan proposed a solution. Thank you so much. To tell you the truth, in the past 1,000 years, we have also explored many planets. Either the environment is harsh and unsuitable for survival, or there are indigenous people. We don't want to cause a war. Tianmu, Wang Xingxi said. That's right, if you don't come, we all plan to find the Frieza Legion to buy one. Zhuo Shang also interjected. Frieza, are you in contact with him? Son Gohan frowned. It hasn't started yet, but I had a plan before you came. Said the left minister. I advise you not to do it. After all, in his eyes, your three-eyed tribe is another race that can conquer the stars for him. Saiyan is a precedent, and I can tell you responsibly that the destruction of planet Vegeta, it was caused by Frieza himself. Although I was not born on planet Vegeta, my bloodline is destined to be his mortal enemy. If you choose to be friends with him, you will be my enemy. Son Gohan said with murderous intent on his face. Don't be angry and be proud. No, we don't want to have contact with him unless it is absolutely necessary, not to mention that we still have your help. The Great Elder said quickly. That's good, you guys get ready, I'll go to Kaio to find a suitable planet for you. After Son Gohan said that, instant transmission left. King Tianmu also issued an emergency order and began to summon all the clan members to prepare for the transfer. In fact, they had already done the drill, but when it came time to leave, the three-eyed star was also in chaos, but they were all of the same race, and no bad incidents occurred. King Kai, as the nearest suitable planet to the three-eyed star. King Kai moved the tentacles above his head and began to explore the nearest planet to the three-eyed star that is suitable for the survival of the three-eyed tribe. Some people may ask, since Son Gohan has the star map of the 7th universe in his mind, why not look for it himself? Of course it is different. King Kai can detect the environment of the planet and whether there is any race. Son Gohan can't do this. Let him find it by himself, unless he looks at it one by one. King Kai searches carefully. Son Goku came over at this time and said, Gohan, according to your description, I always have a familiar feeling. HMPH, that three-eyed head. Piccolo reminded. That's right, Tien Shinhan. The three-eyed star you mentioned is exactly the same as Tien Shinhan. Could it be that Tien Shinhan is also an alien? Piccolo's reminder directly shattered the last trace of confusion in Son Goku. Dad, it's possible, but after I finish my work, how about I take him there again? Son Gohan asked Son Goku for his opinion. Okay, you haven't met Keelan and them, they are all friends of my father. When I finish training and you finish what you have to do, let's go together. Son Goku said. Ding, I found a planet 1,000 light-years north of the three-eyed star. The environment of the three-eyed star is extremely similar. Although there are 2 stars surrounding it, the distance is farther and the temperature is not much different. And it is a newborn star. There is no intelligent life on this planet. Not long after their conversation, King Kai moved his tentacles and found a destination suitable for their survival. 1,000 light-years. It's a bit far. I wonder if their universe spaceship is going to be fast. Son Gohan frowned. Don't worry, the road to the new planet is very safe. There is no such thing as a black hole. Even if the speed is not fast, you can reach it safely. Kaio said. Thank you, Lord Kaio. Please give me the coordinates. Son Gohan thanked him and asked for the coordinates. King Kai took a piece of paper and wrote the coordinates in the characters of the three-eyed star. Then I'll leave first, bye. Son Gohan teleported away. This kid is so hot-tempered. The king of Kai shook his head. After all, he is still a child. To be able to do what he is now is beyond my expectation. Son Goku continued. Ha, kid, you can't even beat your kid. Piccolo mocked. I can't beat him, but he is also my son, hee. Son Goku was not angry at all, but very proud. Bah, let's fight. Piccolo was furious and launched an attack directly. Well done, dang. Piccolo kicked Son Goku hard on the left side with a side kick. Son Goku reacted in time and raised his arm to defend. At the moment of the collision, in addition to the steely collision sound, there were also layers of aftermath. Hey, go hit me in the sky. My poor planet can't bear any blows anymore. Kaio yelled loudly. Piccolo instantly rose to the sky. Son Goku follows closely behind. Three-eyed star. This is the coordinate of the new planet, but it's a bit far away, 1,000 light years away. Son Gohan said. Not far, not far. For this day, our ancestors collected a lot of speed-up technology, 1,000 light years, at full speed, 3 years can reach it. King Tianmu was ecstatic. After he came to power, he began to worry about the race. He was afraid that the three-eyed family would be destroyed by him. For this reason, he had trouble sleeping and eating day and night, and he didn't have a good night's sleep. Now that I have found a new habitat, I am naturally very excited. Then you leave as soon as possible. After you all leave, I will take action myself. Son Gohan ordered. Yes, give me 3 days. In the past 3 days, Son Gohan has been staying in the vacuum of the universe to observe the conditions of stars. Universe spaceships took off one after another, breaking through the atmosphere and entering outer space, and the scene covered the sky and the sun. For this day, the Three-Eyed Clan built more than 10,000 universe spaceships comparable to the size of the moon. Among them is a complete ecosystem. Even if no new habitat can be found, it can survive for more than 100 years safely. Spaceships are quietly staying behind Son Gohan until the last spacecraft twice the size of the moon lifts off. Seeing this, Son Gohan made an instant transmission to the interior of the spaceship. The last one is the spaceship of Tianmu King. Little friend, all our clansmen have boarded the spaceship, you can do it now. The Great Elder glanced at the three-eyed star reluctantly. Don't worry, the destruction of stars does not mean the destruction of the three-eyed star. Maybe in the future, new stars will be born in this galaxy. The three-eyed star has just entered a long ice age. Son Gohan saw that the elder and the reluctance in the eyes of King Tianmu and others. We are hypocritical, thank you for your help. Our three-eyed tribe will be your most loyal ally in the future. As long as it is useful, I will definitely not refuse. King Tianmu thanked Son Gohan, and at the same time sincerely to Son Gohan. It's okay, we'll meet again. I'm going to do it. If you want to see it, just take a look. Son Gohan said and his figure faded away. When it reappears, it has come to the vacuum of the universe. My lord, I remember that Saiyan can't survive in the vacuum of the universe, right? The right minister was a little puzzled. Since he can have a relationship with King Kai, then surviving in the vacuum of the universe is nothing more than a trivial matter. Well, let's read on, maybe this time we can see exactly how powerful he is. Tianmu King said after that, carefully observe Son Gohan's actions. On Son Gohan's side, he naturally understood what King Tianmu was thinking. Also he doesn't mind showing off his muscles. Give Tianmu Wang the last reassurance. Then let me show you Super Saiyan. This is also the first time Super Saiyan has appeared. Son Gohan said to himself. I saw the muscles all over his body soaring, and a powerful energy began to erupt from his body. At the same time, Tianmu Wang's universe spaceship also began to detect Son Gohan's combat effectiveness. DD, 10 million points, 50 million points, 100 million points, alarm alarm, target exceeds the detector limit, the detector has reached the limit. Stop it quickly, or it will explode. King Tianmu said anxiously. The scientific and technological personnel below also quickly stopped the detection. Boom. The vacuum of the universe cannot transmit sound, but the aftermath of Son Gohan's terrifying breath directly caused their spaceship to vibrate. Golden flames, golden hair, green pupils. There is also a sense of oppression coming to the face. I want to trigger a spontaneous collapse without directly destroying it. You can only destroy the inner core of the star. Son Gohan began to accumulate energy after thinking for a while. He raised his right hand, held his wrist tightly with his left hand, and made his right palm into a sword finger. The fingertips began to accumulate energy, and a golden energy cluster the size of a bean condensed. The illusory energy light group is getting more and more solid. Star piercing. A small but solid beam of light shot out instantly, and a powerful beam of light shot directly into the center of the star's interior. The cooled core of the Earth instantly heated up again and caused an explosion. But this explosion is still relatively weak for a star with a strong mass, but this explosion point is an introduction, directly triggering the internal collapse. The sunspots erupted more seriously, and the stars began to dim. All matter begins to collapse. gather to the center of the Earth. In less than a moment, the star was getting smaller and dimmer, and the explosion that Son Gohan feared did not happen. After all the substances dissipated and collapsed, a dark and hard metal substance appeared in the center, which was exactly the Thunderbolt steel that Son Gohan needed. The birth of Thunderbolt steel must be born through the collapse and concentration of the star. If it explodes, all matter will disappear into the invisible, and the universe will be scattered into a vacuum. The collapse of the star also made the pupils of the three-eyed star shrink. Son Gohan teleported to Thunderbolt steel, and dragged it with one hand. An irregular piece of Thunderbolt steel with a diameter of 10 meters was so heavy that even Son Gohan felt very heavy after transforming into Super Saiyan. One can imagine how strong the density of Thunderbolt steel is. I'm afraid it will be a problem to melt and make the gravity chamber at that time. But this problem is left to the genius scientist Bulma to deal with. Goodbye, little friend Gohan. A message that is acceptable to the mind came from the spaceship of Tianmu King. Goodbye, Son Gohan said goodbye to them with a slight movement of his lips. Whoop, whoop, tens of thousands of spaceships began to accelerate, turning into streamers of light and leaving at top speed. Son Gohan also dragged Thunderbolt steel, instant transmission disappeared. Earth, Ms. Bulma, where do you want to put this material? Son Gohan came directly to Bulma Manor holding the Thunderbolt steel. I saw that he was floating in the air with his feet, and he didn't dare to touch the ground. If he landed with the Thunderbolt steel, he would be smashed directly into the ground. Just find a place to put it down. Bulma said. No, I can't do it casually, this stuff is too heavy. How heavy? A mountain is so heavy. So heavy. There is no metal of this density in the whole Earth. This is the condensed substance after the collapse of the sun. It is called Thunderbolt steel, and it is the hardest metal in the universe. Bulma dispatched an intelligent robot to pave a 100-meter square steel plate with a thickness of 10 centimeters behind the manor in just 3 minutes. Gohan, try it. Bulma, stay away. Son Gohan floated to the center of the iron plate, and slowly lowered the Thunderbolt steel. Boom! Even with Son Gohan's light hands and feet, the moment he put it down, there was a strong vibration on the ground, but only for a short moment. The center of the 10-centimeter thick wall panel was instantly dented. Ha! Son Gohan wiped the sweat from his forehead. And Bulma, ma'am, ahem, Ms. Bulma, if this Thunderbolt steel wants to melt, I am afraid it is also a big problem. It is caused by the collapse of a star at the end of its life. Bulma went up and knocked it and used a detector to detect it and said, the surface temperature of the sun is about 5,500 degrees Celsius, and its core temperature is at least 20 million degrees Celsius. According to the density of this metal, if you want to melt it with flames, it is probably 20 million degrees Celsius. None of the above can be melted, but you don't have to worry. The only way to change the shape of metal is to use high-temperature flames. The density of this piece of metal is already enough, so there is no need to melt it and forge it. I just need to change it chemically. Shape, just make it into a gravity chamber. As expected of a genius scientist, Bulma immediately thought of a solution. Then leave it to you, Ms. Bulma. When will it be ready? Also, can you help me make the gravity chamber into a space ring for easy portability? Son Gohan asked. He feels that since Bulma can research the space capsule, it should not be difficult to change the shape of the capsule into a ring. No problem, but I will take the remaining metal after finishing the gravity chamber. Bulma made the condition. Okay, there's no point in me staying anyway. When this gravity chamber is finished, it may exceed your imagination. Come and pick it up in 10 days. Bulma waved him away without even looking at him, and concentrated on detecting the Thunderbolt steel. Okay, bye. Son Gohan teleports away. King Star. Son Goku and Piccolo are fighting in the air. The figures of the two cannot be observed with the naked eye at all, and the information of the battle between the two can only be obtained by the perception of chi. I saw that Piccolo suddenly extended his arm, directly entangled Son Goku and controlled it, and then placed the tip of his left finger between his eyebrows to charge the magic penetrating light to kill the cannon. Son Goku exploded and tried to use his energy to break free. But how could Piccolo not have thought of this, and stretched his right hand again, holding his arm tightly with his hand, as if tying a dead knot. Don't think about it, wow. Son Goku didn't care about his face, and directly opened his mouth and bit Piccolo's arm hard. Son Goku, you are shameless, so shameless. Piccolo shook his arm, retracted it in an instant, and at the same time fired the magic-piercing light-killing cannon that had not been fully charged. After all, if you don't launch, you won't have a chance. Whoosh! A golden beam, surrounded by ripples of light, locks onto Son Goku. I saw Son Goku crouching slightly with his legs, using his right palm to protect himself with chi. When the demon-penetrating light-killing cannon was fired, he raised his hand and clapped it, and the beam instantly changed its direction and shot upward. Snapped. Son Gohan had murderous intent on his face, his raised head was slightly straightened, and there was a trace of blood on the corner of his mouth. Who is looking for death? A powerful momentum burst out. It turns out that the attack happened to hit Son Gohan, who had just teleported. And it's right at the chin position. Calm down, Gohan. This is an accidental injury. Son Goku rushed to comfort. While Piccolo's face was full of embarrassment, there was also a flash of embarrassment. Although he didn't charge up to complete it just now, but that attack was also full power under normal combat power. But Son Gohan, there is only a trace of blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. And he just appeared, there is no time to defend. Dad, do you want the white-haired man to send the black-haired man? Son Gohan realized after hearing Son Goku's explanation that he changed the attack direction himself. What can be done? My own father, my own pet. Son Gohan has no place to vent his anger. I can only hold back. So angry, I seem to find someone to vent my anger on. Son Gohan said, patting his chest. At the same time, his eyes flicked around, looking for something to vent his anger on. It seems that there are only Son Goku and Piccolo. Suddenly, a wicked smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Dad, Piccolo, after training for so long, you two have improved a lot, right? Let me see how your fighting power is now. Son Goku shuddered inexplicably, but what Son Gohan said made him extremely excited, and his fighting spirit erupted. Piccolo sensed something was wrong. Come on, unleash your full strength. Son Gohan raised his hand to signal for them to attack. Okay, Piccolo, let's go. Son Goku attacked first. Stop commanding me, Piccolo, not to be outdone. The two went up and down and attacked Son Gohan. Son Gohan raises his right arm horizontally to block Son Goku's kick. The left leg is slightly bent, and it resists Piccolo's sweep kick. Ha! Son Gohan exploded and sent the two of them flying. Then flashed to the top of Piccolo's head at high speed, raised his elbow and hit Piccolo's sky cap. Piccolo was dizzy for an instant, stared at Venus, and fell towards Kaiwangshing. Immediately after a flash, Son Gohan came behind Son Goku. No, Kaio-ken, triple, Son Goku yelled, bursting out with all his strength in an instant, and directly used triple Kaio-ken to dodge at high speed. But he still thinks too well. No matter how he avoids, Son Gohan is always behind him. Dad, you go down too. Son Gohan punched him in the lower back. Son Goku was instantly weak. Bang, bang, two figures fell one after the other. Stacked arhats are generally stacked together. It seems too fast. The gas is not exhausted. Son Gohan said, a little dissatisfied. The two were beaten unconscious by the angry Gohan. One hit the top of the sky, and the other hit the weak point of the male. The strong pain directly made them both faint. It's not that the two are too weak, but that Son Gohan is too strong. After all, the normal combat power of 5 million points is too high. Master Kai, I'm hungry. Son Gohan falls slowly. Pervert, the two of them are very perverted, you are simply a monster. King Kai shook his head and got up to prepare food. After an hour, Son Goku and Piccolo barely stood up. Son Goku smelled the aroma of rice, and instantly lifted his spirits. Piccolo walked slowly under the tree, sat cross-legged and folded his hands to meditate to recover from his injury. The top of my head still hurts. Son Gohan's blow was really an immortal, touching my head, smashing the sky with his palm. Gohan, you are too hard, Son Goku complained. Under normal circumstances, I used less than 1% of my strength, sorry. Son Gohan replied lightly. Versailles, very Versailles. Son Goku instantly felt that the rice in his hand was not fragrant, and the food was like chewing wax. Seeing Son Goku's state, the last trace of sullenness in Son Gohan's heart has completely dissipated. Chapter 21. Are you saying that Piccolo's body structure is different, which prevents him from using the high multiplier Kaio-ken? Son Gohan asked. On the grass outside the house, several people sat cross-legged in a circle. That's right, the bodies of the Namek people tend to be flexible, and they even have the ability to regenerate their limbs and stretch their limbs at will. But at the same time, it also brings them a disadvantage, that is, the strength of their physical bodies. Under the same combat power, they will never reach yours. The strength of the physical body, even the simple first layer of Kaio-ken, Piccolo is relatively reluctant to use it, and cannot last for a long time. King Kai explained. Master Kai, doesn't that mean I will never catch up with them? Piccolo asked unwillingly. If it's Son Goku, you can still chase after it, but if it's Son Gohan, don't even think about it, I can't see through him. King Kai said. Piccolo, I'm sure you won't fall too far. Son Goku encouraged. Go away, use you to comfort me. Piccolo was sore. Don't be discouraged. Every race has its advantages and disadvantages. For example, on the one hand, Saiyan has no superpowers at all, but you Namek people can create magical creatures like Shenron. Maybe you can find a higher god and ask ways to improve your fighting power. Son Gohan said lightly. A higher god? Son Gohan, how do you know so much? King Kai was shocked. Hey, I also know that your Kaiwangshing is really big. But because you angered a god. Son Gohan hasn't finished speaking yet. Enough is enough, don't say that name, ordinary people are fine, if someone like you says his name, he will give birth to a reaction. King Kai hurriedly stopped Son Gohan's next words. The panicked look surprised both Son Goku and Piccolo. After all, they have been training for so many days, and they have never seen Kai Wang lose his composure like this. God, it's just a higher dimension, a creature whose life level has been raised. One day, I will also stand there, and even surpass that level. Son Gohan looked up at the yellow sky of the underworld, and a strong rage erupted in his eyes. The fighting spirit exudes a strong fighting spirit. Okay, let's talk about Son Goku. Kaio-ken, he has already learned it. To my delight, the spirit bomb is even easier in his hands. The energy of all things is even more autonomous when he raises his hand to collect it. The king of the world was overjoyed, and felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction in his heart. HMPH, I'm not wrong. Son Gohan snorted. Thank you, my spirit bomb, I can finally confirm that it is a skill that can be used. What, am I an experiment? Son Goku jumped up in shock. Ahem, well, when I first created it, I didn't expect the spirit bomb to have such a big limit. You must have a very simple mind to learn it. The king of the world was embarrassed when he heard this. Gohan, you already knew. Son Goku looked at him resentfully and asked. Well, I also knew that father, you can learn and get a powerful skill, isn't it good? Son Gohan asked back. But I always feel that something is wrong. Son Goku felt a little unnatural in his heart. Actually, the two of them are here with me, and there is no room for improvement. You can take them to a new training site, said King Kai. Well, I am here this time to take them back. Maybe I will trouble you in the future. If you have any questions, you can also come to me. Son Gohan still respects King Kai very much. Although he is an inconspicuous fat old man. Okay, I can have a good night's sleep now that you're gone, it's crackling every day, it's going to be so noisy. King Kai waved his hands and said in disgust. Okay, then don't bother me anymore. Let's go first. Son Gohan took the two and left directly for instant transmission. Earth, Gohan, is there any new training method? Son Goku finally tasted the thrill of improving his strength, how could he settle down again? Piccolo also showed a pair of expectant eyes. Aunt Bulma, I made a gravity chamber using the universe spaceship that your father used when you were a child. The maximum gravity is 300 times that of your own. You can use this gravity chamber to improve your strength temporarily. As for Piccolo, Son Gohan pondered. I haven't gotten along with him for a long time. There is no way to improve his strength. Son Goku and Piccolo have respectively improved their combat capabilities a lot after training on Kaio. Under normal circumstances, Son Goku has a combat power of about 35,000 points. Piccolo is a little weaker, reaching 30,000 points. But Son Goku's Kaio-ken, when fully exploded, can reach up to 5 times, which is 175,000 points of combat power. Piccolo, on the other hand, reluctantly uses Kaio-ken due to his physical condition. It can reach 150,000 combat points, but if it can't last for a long time, the body will collapse. Seeing that the gap between him and Son Goku is getting bigger and bigger, Piccolo is naturally unwilling to give in. For Piccolo, I think it's better to go to the temple and ask the gods. After all, an old family is like a treasure. And they are born together. In fact, Son Gohan's true meaning is like Bobo asking. But he doesn't dare to speak openly about Bobo yet, so he can only use gods as an excuse. Okay, let's split up. I'll go to Bulma, and Piccolo will go to the temple. What about you, Gohan? Son Goku asked. I'll go to the temple with Piccolo. In 2 days, I'll go to Aunt Bulma's house to find you. Son Gohan replied. Yoshi, Somersault Cloud, I'll go first then. No matter how strong he becomes, he still likes those soft somersault clouds. When there is no emergency, he still likes to ride the somersault cloud. Let's go too. Son Gohan grabbed Piccolo and went to the temple with instant transmission. The temple. Piccolo, if you want to greatly improve your strength, you must fuse with me. The god answered Piccolo's question. Old man, I'm a bit against you, and I don't want to fuse with you yet. Piccolo was a little irritated. Mr. Popo, do you think there is any other way? Son Gohan turned his attention to Popo behind the immortal. The House of Spirit and Time, developing his own bloodline, and enhancing the concentration of his bloodline can greatly improve him. Bobo didn't hide it at all. I know about the Spirit and Time House, but to increase the blood concentration. Son Gohan was a little confused. It is a miracle that the Namek people can make the Dragon Ball. The Dragon Ball, Shenron, is a product that can be made by the Supreme God, the Dragon God Salama. If I am not wrong, the Namek people should get the dragon a race born due to the chance of divine blood. If you increase the concentration of your own blood, I'm afraid it will catch up with you in a short time. Bobo expressed his guess. But how to refresh the blood? Piccolo raised the key point. Continuous near-death and rebirth trigger the inheritance genes hidden deep in the bloodline, allowing the bloodline to improve itself. Bobo proposed a solution. There is great terror between life and death. As for rebirth on the verge of death, fairy beans are enough. But if you wander on the edge of life and death for a long time, your consciousness will become addicted. Degenerate. Son Gohan frowned slightly. Dying rebirth, increase blood concentration. This is almost the same as Saiyan. Although Saiyan improves combat power, it is also obtained from blood, but Saiyan seems to be naturally easier to do. The alien has a treatment cabin, and the Earth has fairy beans. Son Gohan, help me. Piccolo decided to increase the blood concentration first, giving up on fusion with immortals for now. Okay, let's try this method in the next 2 days. The temple. The method proposed by Bobo is very crazy to ordinary people. It can be said to be courting death, but in this Dragon Ball world, it becomes very simple. Piccolo went down himself and took a clay pot of fairy beans. Are you sure to do this? Piccolo, Son Gohan finally asked. Cut the bullshit, I'd rather die than be subservient to Son Goku. Come on. Piccolo, close your eyes. Giving up defense while holding a fairy bean in his mouth. Son Gohan raised his palm and pressed down, crunch. It's painful. Piccolo's grim expression twisted in pain. I saw him lying on the ground in an instant, the bones all over his body exploded, and the shattered residue pierced the flesh and blood, and the skin was exposed from the outside. But the strange thing is that the vitality is still very tenacious, and it has not reached the point of dying. As the fairy bean was bitten in the mouth, a warm current spread all over the body, and the broken bones grew and recovered in a way visible to the naked eye. It's like stepping back in time. Son Gohan, what do you mean? Although healed instantly, the sweat that flowed down from the extreme pain was still on his face. Ahem, I didn't expect the vitality of the Namek people to be so tenacious. If you are not dying, what can I do? This is already the best I can do. If you have more strength, you will die, and if you have less strength, you will die. Also can't reach the whole body's bones and burst. Son Gohan was a little embarrassed. Suddenly Bobo said lightly. I just said that I was dying, but I didn't say that the bones need to be broken. You heard it. Son Gohan. Piccolo's eyes are like knives. If eyes can kill, then Son Gohan has died tens of thousands of times. I know, get ready, come again. Son Gohan showed a compromising attitude, and then reminded Piccolo to get ready again. Call out. This time, Son Gohan shot out a solid energy beam from his fingertips. The beam was not thick, only the thickness of a little finger, but the energy contained in it pierced Piccolo's heart in an instant. Piccolo's pupils dilated instantly, and a feeling of powerlessness came to his heart. Piccolo, swallow the jelly beans. The gods on the side were all affected, their bodies trembled, and their figures became flickering, as if they were about to disappear. Seeing this, Bobo hurriedly urged Piccolo. A broken heart means that the car engine is scrapped, but Piccolo finally swallowed the fairy beans with that powerful consciousness. The wound in the heart healed quickly, and the body of the fairy became solid again. Mr. Popo, I'm afraid if I come again a few times, I will die, said the fairy in fear. Bobo frowned after hearing this. After Piccolo recovered from his injury, his consciousness wandering on the verge of life and death returned to the world in an instant. The moment he returned, his consciousness clearly sensed the body's autonomous defense, the cells rapidly divided and multiplied, and the hidden Salama genetics in the cells also emitted a trace. But after only a moment, it returned to normal again. His body also reacted differently. He could feel that his body was more flexible. The regeneration ability of the limbs has also become much stronger. In the past, cutting off his arm and growing it again required him to exert all his energy to activate his rebirth ability. After rebirth, his combat effectiveness would decrease. Physical strength becomes weak. Now you can regenerate your limbs with half the effort. The physical loss is not big. Piccolo opened his eyes and told them about the changes in his body. Bobo nodded secretly after hearing this. Son Gohan said, the advantage of being born as a Namek has finally emerged. The ability to rebirth is your advantage. If you take this ability to the extreme, you may be able to reach the level of rebirth with blood. In other words, as long as there is a trace of if the cells remain, they can be resurrected. Mr. Popo, I don't know how I explain it, right? Son Gohan expressed his thoughts and asked Bobo for his opinion. Dragon God Salama's strongest means is wish, the power of miracles. When there are miracles, people in the world will have hope, and when there are wishes, people in the world will rush towards their wishes. Looking at his situation, the Namek people should have inherited Sarama the power of Ma's wishes, so the Namek people recultivate their hearts and minds. Only when their consciousness and soul are strong can their bodies become stronger. Subconscious wishes will also drive the power of wishes in their genes, triggering even more peculiar superpowers. Piccolo, his consciousness has just wandered on the edge of life and death, that is, one foot is in the underworld and the other is in the world of the sun. This strange experience will enhance his consciousness. The so-called body's autonomous defense is nothing more than his subconscious mind buried deep in his heart. That's it. Bobo's explanation sounded clearer and the analysis was very clear. After Bobo explained, he immediately spoke, but this method is beyond my expectation. There is great terror between life and death. Only by fearing death and respecting life can there be special effects. If you want to improve quickly, use this method. Reality. Piccolo, if it happened again, would you still be as scared as before? Piccolo thought for a moment and then said two words, no. Yes, no, because you know in your heart that you can't die, so you won't be afraid of death. Being fearless is not necessarily a good thing. Moreover, you don't have to do it a few times, even if you do it again, the gods won't be able to hold on. Just stop, Bobo said. Mr. Popo, then why Saiyan can? Son Gohan asked. What Saiyan strengthens after his near-death rebirth is the strength of his body and his fighting power. That is the potential that bursts from your tail. It has nothing to do with consciousness. Saiyan is a natural fighting nation, and fighting spirit is also a kind of consciousness. Namek people, the situation cannot explain you Saiyan. Being fearless and fearless on you Saiyan is exactly the opposite of the Namek people, it is a racial advantage. Bobo also took the trouble to explain to him. It seems that if Piccolo wants to become stronger, he needs to find other ways. Son Gohan pondered. No need, I probably already have the direction. Piccolo looked energetic. Oh, Son Gohan showed a confused expression. Mr. Popo helped me point out the advantages and disadvantages. I am not a fool. In the past practice, I was too obsessed with physical improvement and ignored the improvement of consciousness. If I find ways to improve consciousness and mental strength, it will also cause change your physical body and acquire more Dragon God genes. Piccolo is truly the brains behind Dragon Balls. He immediately thought of a solution. Yes, you are so smart, why didn't I think of that? Son Gohan clapped his hands and agreed very much with Piccolo's statement. I can't be worse than a 3-year-old child, Piccolo said sarcastically. Haha, if I remember correctly, someone is only about 7 years old this year, right? I just don't know why he looks so old and doesn't look like a young man at all. Son Gohan was not angry, but instead taunting Piccolo in reverse. Shut up, Son Gohan. Whoever told you this, I'll tear his mouth apart. Piccolo was furious. The current Piccolo broke out of his shell in 753 AD, and was defeated by Son Goku in the world's best martial arts tournament in 756. Now in the year 760, Piccolo is only 7 years old. PFF'd. A 7-year-old old man, so funny. Son Gohan didn't care about Piccolo's anger at all, but mocked him again. What can Piccolo do? I can't beat him again and again. It can't be said enough. Son Gohan, just wait for me. Helpless Piccolo could only put down his harsh words and leave. Humph, I will never call you uncle in this life. Son Gohan thought in his heart. When he watched the 7th Dragon Ball in his previous life, he was very angry at Son Gohan's inaction. Why should he call a person who is 4 years older than him uncle? If there is a blood relationship and seniority is left there, then he will recognize it. But he and Piccolo are not even close to each other. Not to mention their blood relationship, they are of different races and species. They are a mammal and an oviparous animal. After he traveled through time, he swore he would never call him Uncle Piccolo. Inside the Bulma estate, in a circular gravity chamber, Son Goku was engrossed. Turtle, Pi, Qigong. A thick blue beam of light shot out from his hand, circled around the pillar controlling gravity in the center of the gravity chamber and attacked himself. I saw his legs squatting slightly, his arms crossed, and his muscles tensed. Boom. After the light passed, Son Goku limp on the ground powerlessly. It's cool, it's so cool, Son Goku said, although his body was weak, but his heart was full of satisfaction. He clearly sensed the changes in his body in the past 9 days. The combat power has doubled several times. If you use a detector to detect his combat power now, you will find that his normal combat power has reached about 100,000 points. Because I didn't get the fairy beans from Kalanta this time, every time I was injured in training, I had to rely on my body to recover on my own, which wasted a lot of time. Otherwise, I am afraid it will be stronger. And there is another advantage of the body's autonomous recovery, that is, you can clearly perceive which aspects of your body are deficient. Son Goku also made exercises corresponding to the deficiencies. For example, his lower body, because after the tail was cut off, there was a slight defect in his balance, which made his lower body unstable. This time he also made training for this part of the defect. Although it is not as good as when the tail was on, it is much stronger than at the beginning, and the bottom plate is extremely stable. Son Gohan this way. 9 days ago, after Piccolo left the temple, he did not leave, but turned to look at Bobo. Mr. Popo, my combat power has improved too fast, resulting in lack of combat experience. My father and the others are too far away from me, so can I ask you to be my training partner? Son Gohan looked at Popo nervously. From what Bobo explained to Piccolo just now, it can be heard that even if the word Salama, the dragon god, came out of his mouth, there was no sense of awe. It seems to be talking about an existence that doesn't care. The gods and Piccolo couldn't hear it because they didn't understand the power of Salama, but Son Gohan knew very well what kind of existence the dragon god Salama was, and it was an existence that could be on an equal footing with Zeno. He couldn't hear the slightest awe from Bobo's mouth, so one can imagine Bobo's horror. Just crossed over. He thought carefully about the history of Dragon Ball. The more he recalled, the more he discovered that Bobo's was not simple. Bobo has existed since the last god of heaven, and this god of heaven has been in power for hundreds of years. The catastrophe of Namek broke out in about 260 years of IG, and now it is 760 years, and it has been a full 500 years. The immortal is still old and has a short lifespan. But Bobo hasn't changed at all. Moreover, in the Majin Buu period in the original book, Bobo was able to fight against Son Goten and Trunks, two Super Saiyans. Although they turned into Super Saiyan, their combat effectiveness is not strong. But that's Super Saiyan 2. Unable to see the upper limit of life, perennial expressionless, invisible fighting power. There is also the ability to make clay puppets. Son Goku was beaten by puppets made by Bobo when he was a child. In addition to Dragon Ball, Whis once said that Son Gohan has a shadow of Ultra Instinct. Self-care is extremely powerful, that is a skill that is difficult for gods of destruction to learn. Why is there a trace of Ultra Instinct on Son Goku? Son Gohan traced back the memories in his mind and found that Son Goku practiced in the temple when he was a child, and Bobo once made a puppet exactly like him. Looking back on the details of the battle, I found that there was a shadow of the puppet's body reacting autonomously. The body reacts autonomously and avoids the attack. Isn't this the precursor to Ultra Instinct? Bobo can actually create such a terrifying puppet. Son Gohan didn't dare to think about it anymore. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that Bobo was unfathomable. Under that indifferent and ruthless face, one does not know what a terrifying existence is hidden. Mr. Popo, you are looking at my face. Help him, my life is not long, the future of the earth depends on them. The fairy stepped forward slowly, asking for help for Son Gohan. Okay, immortal, Bobo nodded. For the gods who have been together for hundreds of years, a trace of love flashed in Bobo's calm eyes. Yes, mercy. Son Gohan wondered if he was wrong. It's weird, it's really weird. Gohan, thank you Mr. Popo. The fairy reminded. Thank you Mr. Popo. Son Gohan thanked. Come with me. Bobo took the lead towards a mysterious room. Son Gohan followed. Squeak. It seems that the door of this room has not been opened for a long time. Bobo opened the door and walked in. Son Gohan walked in too. Once inside, Son Gohan was stunned. This is the House of Spirit and Time. No, there is no such depressing feeling, and the oxygen is also very sufficient. What catches the eye is a vast expanse of whiteness, a space that cannot see the edge. This is a product of failure, an experimental product of the Spirit and Time House. Although it failed, I still kept it. The time flow and air in this room are the same as the outside world, but the space is a little bigger. There is no day and night. Said, it will always be like this. Bobo said indifferently. Forgive me. The House of Spirit and Time, you created it. Son Gohan still couldn't hold back his curiosity. If I know it, I'd be presumptuous to ask. Forget it, it's not important. Let me tell you, the House of Spirit and Time was guided by me. Ren Tianxian made it. Although I didn't do it myself, it's almost the same. Bow wave mechanically went up and down for a long time. Son Gohan didn't even count how many ups and downs there were. Mr. Popo, the history of Earth civilization is not so long, right? Son Gohan's eyes widened, and he couldn't believe what Popo said. After all, according to the gods, they have been in power for 500 years. According to Bobo, the history of intelligent creatures on the Earth may be millions of years old. Civilizations will be destroyed, and they will be reborn. Now this civilization, I can't count how many civilizations are on the Earth. Okay, stop talking nonsense, you still don't want to train. It's been many years. He's getting bored. Training, let's not talk anymore. Then I started. Mr. Popo, Son Gohan put on a fighting pose. Well, come here with all your strength. Let me see your background. I'm too lazy to be your training partner. Then I will make you a puppet. You fight with the puppet. Come, let me see your full strength. Bobo carried one hand on his back, and raised the other to signal Son Gohan to attack. Okay, then I'm not welcome. Drink it. Son Gohan unleashes all his energy and transforms into Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan, I haven't seen it for more than 1,000 years. Bobo muttered to himself. Son Gohan didn't hear Bobo talking to himself. Here I come, Mr. Popo. After Son Gohan transformed, he rushed directly towards Bobo. Boom, when I saw him lift his feet and glide in the air at a very high speed, with his right elbow propped up, his left hand supporting his right hand, and hitting Bobo's chest with all his strength. But Bobo seemed to see his movements clearly, and even raised his hand in advance to block his chest. This attack seemed to be Son Gohan aiming at Bobo's blocking palm. The moment of contact, Son Gohan felt that he had hit an indestructible piece of Thunderbolt steel. The strong shock force made his entire arm numb. Son Gohan is more sure that Bobo will take care of himself. Da 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 da. Son Gohan attacked quickly, but each blow could not affect Bobo in any way, and Bobo's feet never even moved. Every time he is either blocked in advance, or is seen to have a flaw in the attack in advance to break the move. The temple. Hoo. Son Gohan panted heavily. The golden flames surrounding him flickered on and off. In just a few minutes, he has reached the limit. Under the unreserved attack, the physical strength is even more exhausted. Super Saiyan itself is an extremely energy-consuming transformation. With a 50-fold increase in its own combat power, it also has a great burden on the body. Mr. Popo, I only have one last blow. Son Gohan said with a sigh of relief. Yeah, Bobo still looked calm. It's too perverted. Son Gohan cursed inwardly. I saw him make the same movements as he did on the three-eyed star, raising his right hand and stretching out his sword fingers, and his left hand firmly supported his right wrist. Fingertips began to condense energy. Star piercing. Whoosh. Bobo slowly raised his hand, and there was a trace of indistinct black energy in his palm. Then point to star piercing. Boo. The light beam is like a detergent bubble. The moment it touches Bobo's finger, it immediately dissipates into nothingness. The black energy layer covering the palm is like a terrifying black hole. No matter how Son Gohan increases the output, it can't eliminate even a trace. The helpless Son Gohan had no choice but to give up the output, and at the same time return to normal, sitting weakly on the ground. Mr. Popo, I can't move anymore, I have no strength. Oh, you fell down before I did my best. Bobo taunted Son Gohan rarely. Ah, yes, you are amazing, I can't. Son Gohan refused to accept. HMPH, do you know how unrealistic it is to use me as a training partner? It turned out that Bobo was waiting here. I still underestimated you, Mr. Popo. I'm too arrogant, Son Gohan had to admit. It's good to know. Well, wait for me for a while and I'll be a training partner for you. Bobo got the answer he wanted, and walked out of the room. I don't know why I went. Son Gohan sat cross-legged, didn't take Sento, but enjoyed the weakness of exhaustion and the numbness after muscle soreness. Although Bobo didn't attack him. But the coercion emanating from the invisible made his heart extremely tired. With the recovery of physical strength, Son Gohan felt that his combat power had improved a lot again, with hundreds of thousands of points. His potential will be triggered as long as there is a suitable method. The invisible coercion that Bobo radiated just now is also a very good way to guide. Son Gohan sat for a day and had to eat a fairy bean because he was too hungry. Squeak. The door opened again, and there was a puppet exactly like Son Gohan behind Bobo. It's just that there are 2 more stitches on the face, and there is no brilliance in the eyes. Puppet, Gohan asked. This is a puppet made according to your combat power, but I have given it a lot of combat experience. Its combat power is the same as yours, but its strength will far exceed yours. As long as you can defeat it, you will undergo earth-shaking changes. Bobo explained Road. Okay, great, thank you, Mr. Popo. Son Gohan's silent fighting spirit erupted again. You can fight in this space as much as you like. With your strength, you can't do any harm to this space. When you defeat it, you can come out. Bobo closed the door without waiting for Gohan to speak. No matter how hard Son Gohan tried, it couldn't be opened. Turn on the battle mode. The moment the door was closed, the puppet seemed to have received an order. A gleam of light suddenly flashed in his dull eyes. Also pose in the same fighting pose as Son Gohan. Come here, who is afraid of whom? Son Gohan sternly. Son Gohan makes the same pose. The puppet made the same movements as when he attacked Bobo just now. Glide at extreme speed, raise your elbows, and attack your chest. But the movements of the puppet seemed to be impeccable. It's just different. Son Gohan couldn't see any flaws, so he had no choice but to dodge. But the situation is often unexpected. The moment the puppet missed, its body spun beyond common sense and raised its legs at the same time. With the powerful rotation force, he whipped his leg and swept towards Son Gohan's waist. Boom! Son Gohan's moves are so old that he couldn't dodge them at all, and was directly kicked away by the puppet. Bah! This is so different from what I thought. Most of the puppets that Dad faced when he was a child were defensive and evasive. How can I be so strong? Son Gohan cursed secretly. Call out. Seeing him fall to the ground, the puppet did not give up attacking, but attacked again. While moving at high speed, it also fired energy bombs at Son Gohan to disrupt his movements. Son Gohan slapped away the energy bombs with one palm after another. The last energy bomb was blown up by him, and the puppet's somewhat terrifying face came to him. Boom! When the puppet hits the head directly, Son Gohan was knocked away again. Asshole, you've gone too far. Son Gohan was furious. Super Saiyan appeared, and the terrifying air wave instantly knocked away the puppets that were attacking again. When the puppet saw this, he didn't panic at all. Didi, turn on the extreme mode. The puppet was also full of energy, exuding an aura comparable to Son Gohan's coercion. Pervert, he actually created such a terrifying puppet in just one day. Son Gohan suddenly felt hopeless in life. I don't know what the meaning of my efforts is. Bobo's power was beyond his imagination. Try your best to improve your strength and break through Super Saiyan. But facing Bobo, he is not even as good as an ant, and even the puppets he created are stronger than himself. Son Gohan has given birth to an inner demon. Outside. No, it's a bit too much. This kid won't be so useless, right? Bobo felt something bad secretly. At the same time, always pay attention to the information in the room. The puppet is still chasing. Son Gohan blocks and dodges unconsciously. At the same time, I began to struggle deep in my heart, wondering what the meaning of becoming stronger was. In the golden aura, a hint of black flashed. Forget it, what's the use of becoming stronger? This world is too scary. It's not a world you can dominate at all. Cheer up, you're only 3 years old, are you sure you won't be able to beat Bobo in the future? Have you forgotten your original goal? Stand at the top of the universe. Two voices in my heart are arguing endlessly. Son Gohan's unconscious eyes are getting brighter and brighter. That's right, I don't care, my life has just begun. The purpose of becoming stronger is to survive well. Since I have come to this terrifying world, why not try to see the scenery at the top? Son Gohan understand the heart. Consciousness returns again. I resisted for so long. Son Gohan was curious as to why he could resist the puppet attack for so long without realizing it. As everyone knows, the flash of black in his arrogance just now. Outside world. Good boy, you came out so quickly. Bobo nodded secretly, as if he was very satisfied. Son Gohan. Inside the house. Come on, I'm not afraid of you. Son Gohan regained his confidence and began to explore the puppet's movements. At the same time, learn the puppet's fighting style, abandon your own shortcomings, and learn the puppet's strengths. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 7 days. From being defeated at the beginning, to being evenly matched on the 7th day. Even now it has the upper hand. Thank you, even though you were a puppet. Son Gohan sighed and thanked you. The puppet still attacked him without any expression. The puppet punched Son Gohan in front of him. Son Gohan tilted his head slightly, and escaped in advance. Puppet kick. Gohan took a step back in advance, and the puppet's toes brushed against Son Gohan's pants. The puppet kicked straight, Son Gohan turned sideways. With a split kick, Son Gohan took a step forward, thrust his shoulder upwards, and sent the puppet flying. The attack force of the lower leg was on the calf. Son Gohan's forward step happened to reach the puppet's thigh. That thrust was even more powerful, sending the puppet flying directly. Defeat. You can't do any harm to me anymore. Son Gohan made the final attack. Simple, raise your hand, make a fist, and punch straight. Simplify the complex, there are no complicated attack movements, just a simple straight punch with full force. Directly penetrates the attacking puppet. Boom, the puppet was directly blasted by a punch. Turn into dust and dissipate into nothingness. It's really mud, scary, abnormal. Seeing this scene, Son Gohan cursed inwardly. There is no need to say who is being scolded. Son Gohan tried to open the door. Crunch. The door opened. Back to 9 days later. The temple. Mr. Popo, thank you very much. Although Son Gohan secretly cursed Popo as a pervert, he was still very grateful to him. Calling him a pervert does not conflict with gratitude. Bobo's eyes were sharp, as if he could penetrate Son Gohan's heart. Mr. Popo, what do you want to do? I'm still a child. Son Gohan was frightened by the sharp eyes and backed away. Bah, I don't want to. Son Gohan didn't expect Bobo to be a slut too. Speechless. Mr. Popo, I'll take my leave first. Son Gohan was so frightened that he quickly left instant transmission. Bulma Estate. The exhausted Son Goku struggled to get up and walk out of the gravity chamber. Bulma, I'm so hungry. Do you have food? Son Goku walked to the door of Bulma's research room tremblingly. Don't bother me, there is one in the restaurant, look for the smart robot. Bulma didn't know what he was up to and had no time to pay attention to Son Goku. All right. Helpless Son Goku can only go to the restaurant alone. Swish. A figure suddenly appeared. Dad, what's wrong with you? Son Gohan looked at the weak Son Goku in surprise. I'm exhausted and injured, Son Goku said weakly. Didn't you ask Karin-sama to get the fairy beans? Son Gohan said in surprise. Hey, I forgot about this. Son Goku scratched the back of his head. I have 2 more here. Eat them quickly. Son Gohan took out the remaining fairy beans he had. No, I still want to eat delicious food. Although the celestial beans are filling, they are tasteless. Just right. Have you eaten? If not, let's go together. Son Goku took the lead to walk to the restaurant. It's okay. I haven't had a bite of food in the past 9 days. I have been living on fairy beans, and I feel like a bird in my mouth. Son Gohan agreed with him very much. The two walked slowly towards the restaurant. Son Goku has been able to use the intelligent robot in the past 2 days. In less than 30 minutes, the table was filled with all kinds of delicious food. The two of them were having a great time. The faster the robot got on, the faster the two of them ate. Especially for meats such as barbecue, sparks are almost coming out of the stick. For a whole hour, the two of them rubbed their bellies and burped. His eyes narrowed even slightly, and sleepiness welled up in his heart. Dad, you have become a lot stronger in the past 9 days. How many times can Kaio-ken be used? Son Gohan asked. 8 or 9 times. If you don't consider your health, you can still hold on for a few minutes even if you are 10 times. Son Goku said casually. 8 or 9 times. 10 times. Why can't I? I'm obviously stronger than you. Son Gohan was stunned. Gohan, although your fighting power is stronger than mine, you have neglected how to maximize your energy use. Son Goku said as he picked up the stainless steel spoon on the table. A hot air flow rose up, and the spoon slowly turned red, and finally melted into molten iron, and then transformed into a spoon again, and slowly cooled down. Can you do this? Son Goku picked up another spoon and threw it to Son Gohan. The same hot air rises, but the difference is that the moment it rises, the spoon directly turns into a plume of black smoke and dissipates. Control it. Dad, you can control your own energy, right? Son Gohan immediately understood the reason. That's right, although your combat power is strong and your body is stronger than mine, Kaio-ken's move uses chi to ignite cells, causing them to divide and reproduce quickly. To increase the multiplier of combat power, this requires precise control of chi. Combat power being strong doesn't necessarily mean being a bit strong. A strong fighting ability also means a big burden. Son Goku explained the reason carefully. Dad, I overestimated myself and got a little carried away. Son Gohan said with a blush. That's right, since time traveling, he has relied on his understanding of the Dragon Ball world to quickly improve his combat effectiveness. But the control of chi is far inferior to Son Goku, Piccolo and the others. The combat effectiveness increased too quickly, and I didn't take care of myself at all. After coming out of the temple, his combat power has increased to tens of millions, so he can easily destroy the puppet. Just when he was complacent, Son Goku just reminded him. Gohan, martial arts are endless, never be proud. Son Goku told him with a very serious expression, which was completely different from the usual dumb expression. Father, I remember, you are the real wise man. Son Gohan said respectfully. Great wisdom Ruyu. What do you mean? Son Goku was stunned again. Ahem, pretend I didn't say. Son Gohan said helplessly. After drinking and eating, Son Gohan came to Bulma. Aunt Bulma, is the gravity chamber ready? Son Gohan asked softly. Ma'am, how many times have you talked? Don't call me auntie, or you can just call me Bulma. Bulma put down the work in hand and yelled loudly into Son Gohan's ear. I got it. My ears are deaf, Son Gohan said aggrievedly. Wait, it will be ready soon, I'll polish it again. Bulma picked up the polishing machine and began to polish the ring in front of him. Bah, 3 minutes later. Okay, it's finally finished. I've been exhausted for the past few days. Considering that you are still a child, I made the ring the size of your thumb. Now I wear it on my thumb. When I grow up, I can wear my ring finger. Bulma passed the platinum ring in front of you to Son Gohan. This is not important, what is important is how many times the gravity is. Son Gohan doesn't care about the style of the ring at all. You guess. I do not guess, you guess. Guess, I guess, can you guess? Quote. The gravity is far beyond the budget, reaching an astonishing 1,000 times, but you must be careful, I dare not imagine how heavy the gravity under 1,000 times is, and it is not a normal multiple, but doubled. Bulma was angry. Road. 1,000 times, that's great, then I can use it for a long time. Son Gohan didn't expect Bulma to give him a big surprise. What is this? After 9 days of unremitting efforts, your gravity room is no different from a house. It has a bath, TV, cooking, music, and everything in it. Bulma said in detail about Son Gohan. Those benefits that don't care. Thank you, Ms. Bulma, Son Gohan bowed directly as she spoke. Have you been in the small days for a long time? How did you learn this little gift? As we all know, there are small gifts but no big festivals in small days. Cough, back to the topic. Okay, you are Goku's son, it's normal for me to help you, and you have this special material. Don't forget me. Bulma also likes this polite child. The scene of meeting Son Goku for the first time is completely incomparable. Chi-Chi started too early, obviously I met him first, I don't know if he and I will have such a smart and polite child. Bulma muttered to himself, his face turned rosy. Ms. Bulma, what did you say? Son Gohan didn't hear clearly. It's nothing, brat, I've already fulfilled your request. Hurry up and take your old man back. You practice at my house every day, and you eat like a pig. It's disturbing me to death. These 2 days. Hurry up and let me have a good rest a few days. Bulma drove the father and son away. Son Gohan didn't know why Bulma was so angry, but he didn't care, but told Son Goku to leave. Son Goku also pressed the normal gravity chamber back into the capsule state and took it away together. Bulma looked at the backs of the two leaving from a distance, and couldn't help but said, Yamcha, if you weren't too hardworking, this girl would have such a smart son. My prince, where are you? On an unknown planet. Achoo. Call out. Boom. What's the matter, King Vegeta? Is it because the weather on this planet is cold and you caught a cold? Nappa said as he killed the alien in front of him. Nappa, don't fart on this prince. This prince is a genius warrior of Saiyan. How could he catch a cold? The task assigned by Frieza is getting more and more difficult. Hey, Raditz, are you sure your brother is still alive? The man with the short haircut who soared into the sky like a flame asked. King Vegeta, I'm sure, because there are no powerful humans on that planet at all. With my brother's fighting power, he will definitely not die. The man with long hair dragging down his butt replied. Okay, after handing over this mission, you find an opportunity to take a mission closer to the Earth and bring your brother back. Although he is also a low-level fighter, he will definitely be better than this useless vegetable man after training. Vegeta smash the last vegetable man. Because it is dilapidated and has no use value. Yes, son of King Vegeta, I see. The two father and son, one left and one right, popped out of their respective gravity chambers. Chi-Chi went to visit Ox King and hasn't come back yet. It is rare for the father and son to enjoy the days when no one scolds them. Penance in the gravity chamber. The gravity on Son Goku's side is the multiplier of the base weight. He is about 180 kgs, twice 360, 3 times 540, and so on. Son Gohan is extremely scary here. Son Gohan is about 80 caddies, twice 160, 3 times 320 directly, and 4 times 640. Starting from 4 times, it directly surpasses Son Goku's gravity chamber multiple. Son Goku also tried to go to Son Gohan's gravity chamber, because in his gravity chamber, it can withstand 200 times. The gravity has also reached 36,000 caddies. 36,000 caddies, 18 tons. It is equivalent to a small truck full of goods. And it's still the gravity from the outside to the inside. Even the internal organs, the organs in the body, are also under this coercion. Out of curiosity, Son Goku came to Son Gohan's gravity room 2 days ago. The moment he opened the door and walked in, he was directly crushed to the ground, with broken capillaries all over his body, vomited blood, and his internal organs were shattered. But on the pillar display in the center of the gravity room, it says 10 times. That's right, 10 times. Based on 180 caddies, 360, 720, 1440, 2880. 10 times down, it has reached 184,320 caddies. Even in his gravity chamber with a normal multiple, at 300 times, it would only have a gravity of 54,000 Jin. It can't be compared with Son Gohan at all. Son Gohan saw this. Hurry up and turn off the gravity multiplier, pick up Son Goku and feed him a fairy bean. Dad, how are you? Son Gohan asked worriedly. Ahem, I almost died. If you were a second late, I couldn't hold on anymore. Son Goku said with lingering fear. Dad, I told you that my multiple is different. Forget it, you won't count this either. Son Gohan complained. Understood, Gohan, if you don't tell me, I won't come. When I break through Super Saiyan, I will come again. Son Goku wandered between life and death, and his combat power has also increased a lot. When he was at Bulma's house, his combat power had already exceeded 100,000 points, and then he returned to Baozi Mountain to practice, but there was no significant improvement. After a month, it only increased by about 10,000 points. But this is the body's self-accumulated background, and the accumulated background of exercising the body turns into potential. At the moment when he was reborn from the brink of death, his combat power increased dramatically, directly breaking through 500,000 points. Seeing this, Son Gohan was not surprised at all. In the original book, Son Goku came to Namek, Ginyu detected it, and his combat power was above 180,000 points, and it was still when Kaio-ken was turned on. But after he captured Son Goku, he was seriously injured by Karin Gohan. After recovering in the treatment cabin, his combat power directly reached Saiyan's normal limit, 3 million. Then passed Kling's death and directly broke through Super Saiyan. I don't know why, but Son Goku's combat effectiveness is now much slower than in the original book. Son Gohan guessed that it was because there was no strong enemy. Even if he is powerful, Son Goku does not regard him as an enemy, so naturally there is no sense of urgency. According to the time, my uncle will be here soon. Son Gohan murmured. What uncle? Son Goku looked at him suspiciously and asked. It's nothing, Dad. We've been training for so long, why don't you go out for a walk? Didn't you say that you still have many partners that you haven't introduced to me? Son Gohan proposed the idea of going out for a walk. That's fine, since Chi-Chi isn't here, I'll take you to Guaxian Island. Master Roshi is my master. Although we are powerful in combat, we may not be better than Master Roshi in martial arts. Son Goku agreed. The two cleaned up and washed, and set off for Guaxian Island. On the way, Son Gohan also notified Bulma by communication, and Bulma contacted Tien Shinhan, a group of friends of Yamcha. Oolong, Kling has been staying with Master Roshi. Since we want to get together, let's all get together. A month ago, after Raditz and Vegeta Nappa conquered the unnamed star, Raditz directly accepted a mission closer to the Earth from the mission system. In 1 month, Raditz has come to the solar system, and in 3 hours, Raditz will come to the Earth. Guaxian Island. Haha, Goku, long time no see. It's been almost 5 years now. You guy, after getting married, you won't contact us anymore. Keelan was very happy when he saw Goku coming. 2 figures flew from the sky in the distance from the east. The visitors are none other than Tien Shinhan and Dumplings. A figure to the west, a jet. Come quickly too. It's Yamcha and Bulma. Long time no see. Yamcha. Hello everyone. I have prepared a lot of food and drinks. Let's have a drink today. Bulma took out a space capsule. Haha, everyone is here. Ha, Goku, is this? Amidst the laughter, Klin discovered Gohan behind Son Goku. Haha, I am a transparent person. Son Gohan laughed at himself helplessly. I forgot to introduce you to you. This is my and Chi-Chi's son, Son Gohan. He is stronger than me. Son Goku proudly introduced. Son Gohan. A flash of light flashed on Master Roshi's sunglasses. Well, in order to commemorate Grandpa Gohan, I specially gave him this name. Son Goku said with a hint of nostalgia in his tone. Okay, Gohan is so good. How old are you this year? Lan Chi stepped forward and touched Gohan's head and asked. Hey, Lan Chi, don't treat him like a child. That guy doesn't look like a child at all. Bulma reminded quickly. Sister Lan Chi, I am 4 years old this year. After hearing Bulma's words, Son Gohan deliberately grabbed Lan Chi's hand, touched it, and answered. Now Lan Chi has blue hair, so she has a gentle personality. I didn't care about Son Gohan's behavior either. Son Gohan, you are so shameless. Bulma said angrily. What's wrong, Bulma, have you met Son Gohan before this? Krillin asked in surprise. HMPH, that little guy. Bulma began to tell everyone what happened when Son Gohan came to find her. Hey, you dare to eat my tofu, you are seeking death, da. Lan Chi transformed, took out a submachine gun from nowhere, and pointed it at Son Gohan a shuttle. As Son Gohan waved one hand, afterimages appeared, and he easily caught all the bullets. You brat, are you so powerful? Next, I'll let you try my howitzer. The blonde Lan Chi was seen directly shouldering the rocket launcher. Hey, Lan Chi, stop. It's so rude, Tianjin couldn't help but say. Tien Shinhan, you are here too. The blonde Lan Chi suddenly suppressed his anger and put away the rocket launcher. Then he walked up to Tien Shinhan, sat down angrily and said, Today is the only time you ask for mercy, otherwise. Humph. It seems that the rumors that blonde Lan Chi likes Tien Shinhan are not groundless. Gohan thought in his mind. Gohan, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Krillin, Yamcha and others looked at Gohan in surprise. Ahem, everyone, sit down. Gohan, let me ask you, have you ever seen a gorilla? Master Roshi suddenly asked. The movements of everyone's hands stopped for a moment, waiting for Son Gohan's answer. Don't worry, Grandpa Master Roshi, my family goes to bed early. I never look at the moon. Son Gohan naturally understands what they mean. That's good, that's good. Oolong, Klin, Yamcha and others heard this and instantly breathed a sigh of relief. Everyone sat around and chatted while eating. On the plain 3,000 kilometers away from Guixian Island. Boom, suddenly a big hole was made in the ground. The ground also felt a strong vibration, but it was very short-lived. Meteorite, I'm rich. A middle-aged fat man doing farm work not far away directly threw down his tools and drove to the place where the Raditz universe spacecraft landed. Little did he know that his lifespan was getting shorter and shorter. Guixian Island. Haha, are you here? Son Gohan glanced thoughtfully at the location where Raditz landed. Gohan. Son Goku seemed to have noticed something too. Don't worry, Dad. Son Gohan suddenly gained a little energy, letting his fighting power show up. Because in the original work, Raditz found Piccolo first. In order to prevent being beaten to death by Piccolo, Son Gohan deliberately exposed his energy to make it easier for Raditz to detect. What's wrong, Gohan? Klin also felt something strange about Gohan. Master Roshi, Tien Shinhan, Yamcha, all felt it. It's okay, let's eat. I'll give you a show later. Son Gohan reassured everyone. On a picturesque plain, a spaceship from an alien visitor smashed out a large crater with a diameter of 5 meters and a depth of about 3 meters. It's like a landscape painting soaked in ink. The middle-aged fat man also drove here. Looking at the round aircraft in the deep pit under his feet, he was amazed. Ha, squeak, the aircraft hatch suddenly opened. Is it there yet? I haven't had enough sleep yet. Raditz opened his eyes bewilderedly. Then get out of the aircraft, who? I saw his feet off the ground and slowly floated up. Are you an alien? The middle-aged fat man didn't run away, but picked up the shotgun in his hand and pointed it at Raditz. Didi, the combat power is 5. Raditz was puzzled and turned on the detector. HMPH, a scum with only 5 combat effectiveness. Raditz said disdainfully. I saw him drifting towards the middle-aged fat man. Don't come here, don't come here again and I'll shoot. Bang, the middle-aged fat man trembled his fingers, and shot straight away. When Raditz directly raised his hand to catch the bullet. What a backward gun. Guishan Island. Not good, this idiot. Son Gohan thought inwardly that something was wrong. Get up in an instant and come to the beach to explode. The others looked at Gohan in amazement, wondering why there was such a change. Raditz this way. Didi. The detector suddenly issued a stimulating alarm sound. Raditz also stopped trying to kill the middle-aged fat man. Just as he was about to detect the value of combat power, Son Gohan suppressed his breath, afraid that he would not dare to come when he saw the value. Who? Could it be Kakarot? Kakarot, since you are alive, why are there indigenous people on this planet? This planet has a moon. Raditz floated directly into the sky and flew towards Guishan Island. After Raditz left, the middle-aged fat man became younger directly, and his pants were wet. Arctic ice field. Son Gohan. There's still a chi over there, heading towards Son Gohan. Interesting. Piccolo also floated in the air, although the distance was far, but his flying speed was much faster than Raditz. Guishan Island. Gohan. Goku got up and came to Gohan. Dad, don't worry, my uncle is much weaker than you. Son Gohan said indifferently. Brother. Goku also looked up to Raditz's direction. There is a very strong aura coming from over there. Even stronger than Piccolo Daimao 5 years ago. Keelan explained when he saw the doubts of Bulma Lanchi Oolong and others. Yamcha and Tien Shinhan stood behind Son Goku and his son as if facing a formidable enemy. They don't know that Son Goku has undergone earth-shaking changes at this time. Not to mention the perverted Son Gohan next to him. Piccolo is here too. Mr. Master Roshi, where is the magic sealing pot? This time, he must be sealed. Keelan asked anxiously. Krillin, calm down. Just watch quietly. It's okay. Son Goku stopped Krillin's move. Goku. Keelan looked at the calm Goku in surprise. Then gave up the idea in my heart and chose to believe in Son Goku. Boom. A sonic boom sounded. Piccolo landed. Son Gohan, do you know who he is? Piccolo looked at the actions of Son Gohan and Son Goku, and instantly guessed that they knew this strange chi. Piccolo, just watch quietly. Son Gohan said lightly. Piccolo Daimao, why are you here? Hurry up, we are not with you. Yamcha provoked Piccolo recklessly. I don't know if I want to show off my muscles in front of Bulma. Go away, garbage. Piccolo's eyes were fixed, and an invisible force instantly knocked Yamcha into the air. Stop it, Piccolo. Son Goku immediately came to Yamcha and stopped Piccolo. Son Gohan didn't care because he was too lazy to save a guy who was looking for his own life. Show off your muscles. It also depends on who you are showing your muscles to. You don't have a brain, you deserve it. Son Gohan cursed inwardly. Although Bulma broke up with him, there is always a trace of affection, and he stepped forward to help Yamcha sit aside. You still have to show off if you don't have the strength. Bulma blamed angrily. But this sentence, to Yamcha, is tantamount to murder. HMPH. I don't need you to help me, get out of here. Yamcha struggled to get up, and flew away directly in the air. Bulma, will never say a word to you again in this life. Bulma was so good that he was not rewarded, and burst into tears with anger. Okay, Bulma, Yamcha is sad, please understand. Keelan stepped forward to comfort. He deserves to be single. My mother has decided that I will never be with him in this life. Cut off the relationship. Bulma made up his mind not to have any interaction with him again. Unfortunately, the location where Yamcha flew away is the direction where Raditz came. Didi, combat power is 200 points. The detector on Raditz's cochlea suddenly issued an alarm. Doesn't sound like Saiyan's anger, provoking me. Courting death. Raditz thought that Yamcha was provoking him, accelerated again, and flew towards Yamcha with all his strength. Yamcha this way. Piccolo, and Son Goku, who obviously have the strength to stop them in advance, why embarrass me? Yamcha was filled with anger. He was overwhelmed by anger, but he also ignored Raditz's anger. Surrender. Star bombs. Seeing a small dot in the distance, Raditz directly condensed the energy bombs, and at the same time yelled loudly, launching the energy bombs. Boom. What? Oops. Guishan Island. Gohan, hurry up. Goku naturally couldn't bear to see Yamcha die, and quickly exploded and flew to the place of battle. Save him. Forget it, let's save him, or Dad will use the Dragon Ball to revive him. A waste of wishes. Son Gohan teleported away. Piccolo is right behind Son Goku. Keelan, Tien Shinhan, Dumplings, stood up one after another. Bulma also takes out the space capsule and pops out of the plane. The rest of the people got on the plane and rushed over. But the moment Son Gohan hesitated, he lost the chance to rescue him. When he teleported over, Yamcha had exploded into a pile of minced meat, floating in the air. Oh, kid, who are you? Asked Raditz. It's late, I don't know if my father will blame me. Son Gohan didn't answer his words. Swish. Two figures also rushed over. Where is Yamcha? Gohan. Goku asked where is Yamcha as soon as he came. Dad, no, it's over there. Son Gohan pointed to the pile of minced meat next to him. Why did you kill him? He asked me to deal with it myself, you don't want to do it. Son Goku was furious, and the energy in his body exploded uncontrollably. DD, 10,000, 50,000, 100,000. Boom. Raditz took off the burnt detector on the cochlea and said in horror. Impossible, impossible, 100,000 points, impossible. Raditz backed away in horror. Piccolo also looked at Son Goku silently. He asked himself to find a method suitable for his cultivation. During this period of time, he also successfully broke through 100,000 points of combat power, although there was no detector. But Son Goku, who is still breaking out, has obviously surpassed him. Bulma's plane is also here. Everyone in the fuselage, watching the furious Goku. At the same time, I saw a pile of minced meat that started to fall not far away. Because of the energy traction, it did not fall immediately after the explosion, but after the energy disappeared, the minced meat began to fall. Poor Yamcha, there was not even a whole body left. It's time to set up a grave. Dad, calm down. You can revive Yamcha with the Dragon Ball. Son Gohan stepped forward and grabbed Son Goku. Gohan, but Yamcha's body is gone, Dragon Ball can't revive him. Son Goku suppressed his anger and explained. Hearing this, Raditz quietly pressed the communication button of the burnout detector. The burned out detector is only a part of the detection combat power burned out, the communication function is not burned out. Son Gohan heard it silently, he didn't want to say that Namek's Dragon Ball can grant 3 wishes. There is still a way. Piccolo said suddenly. Yeah, how did I forget your race, Piccolo? Great, with Namek's Dragon Ball, Yamcha should be revived. Son Goku was overjoyed. Son Gohan looked at Piccolo with killing intent on his face. As if blaming Piccolo for talking too much. Piccolo shuddered involuntarily when he saw Son Gohan's eyes, and backed away slightly. I am afraid that if I am not careful, I will be beaten up by Son Gohan. Call out. Son Gohan shoots a beam directly, destroying the detector in Raditz's hand. It's still exposed. I'm really speechless. Could it be that this is the repairing power of the world's rules? Son Gohan felt turmoil in his heart. You are, Kakarot, I am your brother, don't do it. Raditz said in horror at this time. Kakarot looks exactly like his father Burdock. Universe Starry Sky. Nappa, did you hear that? Vegeta, who was rushing to the Frieza base, suddenly heard the news of Raditz's subpoena. Well, I heard, King Vegeta, is it fake? Is there such a magical thing in the universe? Nappa couldn't believe it. Idiot, according to what Kakarot said is so firm, it must be true. And it is rumored that the Namek people do have mysterious superpowers, Vegeta yelled angrily. Although the 2 aircraft are flying at high speed in the starry sky. But it didn't affect the chatting between the 2 of them at all. King Vegeta's son, shall we go to Namek? Nappa asked excitedly. Baga, the detector must have been monitored by Frieza. We are now close to the Earth, change direction, and go directly to the Earth. I want to live forever, Frieza, you wait for me. Vegeta said the last sentence the detector has been removed. Yes, your Royal Highness. Barbara, Nappa quickly clicked the keyboard in front of him with both hands to modify the flight direction. Vegeta also changed the destination to Earth. Frieza HQ. Report. King Frieza, overjoyed, overjoyed. The sudden exclamation made Frieza jump instantly, and the red wine glass in his hand fell to the ground and shattered, and the liquid spilled out. People are scary, scary to death. Don't be scared to death, just kill the person who scared him. Call out. A red light beam directly penetrated the chest of the person who came to report. Poor little soldier, thought he would get a reward from Frieza, but he didn't expect to get a death quota. Dodoria, go and have a look, there is something worthy of my great joy. Frieza said indifferently. Yes, King Frieza. Dodoria, the ugly pink man beside Frieza, took the order and went directly to the First Legion. As Frieza's right-hand man, he naturally knows which legion the soldier who came to report belongs to. Wanting to be Frieza's subordinate is not an easy task. If you can't even do this, you won't live until now. After Dodoria flew out, she turned off the detector and walked slowly towards the headquarters of the First Legion. After finally coming out, I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. Serving a king is like a tiger, let alone serving the brutal and ruthless Frieza. So along the way Dodoria is in no hurry. After half an hour, he arrived at the headquarters of the First Legion. 3 minutes later, bang, a sonic boom passed by, and looking carefully, Dodoria's forehead was covered with cold sweat. Oops, it took me more than half an hour to get such important news. I hope King Frieza won't be angry. Quickly, faster, Dodoria accelerated at full speed. There was a loud bang. It seems that this is very important news. Dodoria is in a hurry. Mr. Sabo, what do you think? Frieza naturally also heard the sonic boom. Didi, King Frieza, that guy from Dodoria, has exploded and accelerated at full speed. It seems that the matter is not small. Sabo detected Dodoria with a detector. Then expect good news. 3 minutes later. Report to King Frieza. The news from the First Legion is. Dodoria panted and told Frieza about the interception and monitoring of Raditz and the others. Dodoria, Sabo, order the First Legion to search for Namek's location immediately, and prepare to leave at the same time, hurry up. That guy Vegeta, I knew he would not be willing to submit to me. We must reach Namek before he reaches the Earth. Frieza issue an order immediately. Yes, Lord Frieza. Dodoria and Sabo took the lead. A universe spaceship is also starting to prepare for flight. Other researchers have also started searching for Namek's location. This side of the Earth. Kakarot, please spare me. I'm your brother. Raditz lay weakly on the ground. Just now, Son Goku beat up Raditz. Vent your anger. But within a few punches, Raditz was already weak. Horrific energy condensed in the palm of Son Goku, but he still couldn't bear to kill Raditz. Son Goku, would you like me to help you? Piccolo mocked. Shut up, Piccolo, if your hands are itchy. I'll accompany you. Son Gohan yelled loudly. But he didn't stop Son Goku. Whether to kill or not to kill was just a matter of Son Goku's thought. Go away, get out of the Earth. Never come back again. Son Goku resisted the murderous intention and decided to let Raditz go. Raditz heard Son Goku driving him away from Earth. Expression of indecision. Dad, wait, he can't leave. Son Gohan stepped forward. Are you the son of Kakarot? Raditz looked at Son Gohan in surprise. Gohan, why? Son Goku didn't understand why he wanted to keep Raditz. He has informed the other Saiyan and will be landing on Earth before long. The detector you just destroyed was a communication tool in his hand. Right, Son Gohan. Piccolo suddenly remembered what Son Gohan had done just now. Yeah, but it's still a step too late. You still exposed the Dragon Ball thing. Son Gohan didn't show any panic on his face. Gohan. Son Goku looked quite embarrassed. Piccolo's face turned even greener. The Dragon Ball that exposed the Earth was fine, but he clearly remembered that Son Goku seemed to have exposed Namek. Son Gohan, Namek, are you in danger? Piccolo looked solemn. It doesn't matter. I know it well. Since I agreed to protect them, I won't stand idly by. Son Gohan replied calmly. That's good. Piccolo breathed a sigh of relief. However, this time, it is also a rare good opportunity. The existence that creates a crisis for Namek has something. You two have an opponent this time. Frieza. Something. Hoo ho ho. Great, I haven't fought with all my strength for a long time. Gohan, don't take action this time. Son Goku's fighting spirit erupted when he heard this, and his eyes were full of fighting spirit. I want to go too. Piccolo said firmly. Well, I have no plans to take action. If you can solve it, it will save me trouble. Son Gohan did not refuse the two people's request. What about him? Son Goku looked at Raditz. Leave it to me. Son Gohan stepped forward. In terms of blood relationship, I should call you uncle, but Saiyan is also known for being cold-natured. I'll give you two. First, from now on, follow my orders. I'll make you worse than Vegeta be strong. Second, I will send you to see Grandpa. When he said the last words, Son Gohan instantly transformed into Super Saiyan. The earth-shattering pressure suddenly erupted. Is this the legendary Super Saiyan? Raditz couldn't believe his eyes. You guessed right, this form is Super Saiyan. Tell me your choice, surrender or go to see Grandpa. After Son Gohan transformed into Super Saiyan, his expression became more ruthless. A trace of murderous intent emanated, as if Raditz would send him to see Burdock if he dared to say no. I surrender. From now on, if you ask me to go east, I will never go west. Raditz instantly agreed to surrender Son Gohan. There is no shame in working for a strong person, let alone the legendary Super Saiyan. Very good. Don't worry, as long as you listen to me, you will transform into Super Saiyan one day. Son Gohan returned to normal. The routine of giving a sweet date a slap is practical everywhere. Yes, Master. Raditz was overjoyed and called Master directly. Don't call me Master, just call me Son Gohan. You are older than me anyway. Son Gohan said with a frown. Isn't this bad? Raditz asked cautiously. Huh? Son Gohan looked at him slightly threateningly. Yes, Gohan. Raditz was so frightened that he quickly changed his words. As an outstanding young man from China, I still have awe of traditional culture. If the uncle calls you master, wouldn't it be a mess? HMPH. Son Goku snorted, still very unhappy because of Yamcha's death. Father, don't be angry, it will be fine if you revive him in the future. Son Gohan had no choice but to go forward to comfort him and then said, besides, he can also be your training partner, they are all Saiyan, train it, you can go hand in hand. Huh, okay then. When Son Goku heard the word sparring, he immediately forgot about Yamcha and his expression relaxed. Rats, come with us. Son Gohan took the lead in flying to Turtle Fairy Island. Yes, Raditz followed closely. As for that pile of minced meat, it's just a pile of minced meat. Only Bulma showed a trace of reluctance in his eyes, but then it disappeared. After all, Yamcha's actions just now directly shattered Bulma's last expectation. It seems like everyone has ignored him. Guishan Island. Except Son Gohan and Piccolo. Others still looked at Raditz with a hint of disgust. But Raditz didn't care about their eyes at all. In his eyes, except for his younger brother Kakarot, Son Gohan, and the Namek man, everyone else was nothing but ants. Does a human being care about how ants see you? Just back, Son Gohan told them about Vegeta, Nappa, and Piccolo being aliens, and the existence of Frieza as indispensable. Oh my god, Goku, I didn't expect you to be an alien after knowing you for such a long time. Keelan said in surprise. No wonder you have a tail, and when the moon is full, you will turn into a brutal ape. Master Roshi finally knew the reason. Even though there are all kinds of owls, monsters, and kobolds on the earth, none of them can transform into a gorilla like Son Goku. It turned out that it was not a product of a planet at all. A senior fighter, after transforming into a gorilla, he can control his consciousness. Raditz interrupted suddenly. Gohan, is what he said true? Son Goku suddenly had tears in his eyes. In fact, he already knew that he turned into a gorilla and trampled Grandpa Son Gohan to death. Father, you don't have to blame yourself. Your blood is just a subordinate in Saiyan. It's not your fault that you can't control your consciousness. I will find a way to deal with this problem perfectly in the future. Son Gohan can only comfort the old father. It's all my fault. If I could control my consciousness independently, I wouldn't have trampled Grandpa to death. Son Goku recalled the old Son Gohan, his eyes were very sad. Goku, don't be too sad, that guy's lifespan will be short before that. It can be regarded as the end of his life. Master Roshi couldn't see the old apprentice's sadness, so he opened his waist to comfort him. Understood, teacher Master Roshi. I just miss Grandpa for a moment. Seeing that his good friend was sad, Keelan rolled his eyes and began to change the subject. Goku, I also want to go to Namek with you to solve the crisis of Namek. HMPH, you little Kurami is useless. Before Son Goku could speak, Piccolo spoke first. Keelan was angry and helpless, but his strength was low and he couldn't beat Piccolo. Okay, Piccolo, they are my friends, don't insult them. Son Goku said dissatisfied. Son Gohan's eyes flashed when he heard Keelan's self-recommendation. Go, Uncle Keelan must go. This is a rare opportunity to meet the world. Son Gohan immediately agreed to Keelan's request. Before that, Son Goku tried to break through Super Saiyan, but his combat power did not break through 3 million points, and he really couldn't bring out the extreme anger, so he failed. Even Yamcha's death did not stimulate him to transform. Although this is also due to the lack of combat effectiveness, Son Gohan did not see the anger from Son Goku like Krillin's death. Probably Son Goku subconsciously, Yamcha is not as important as Kling. There is a proverb in Dragon Ball, Keelan worships the sky, and his mana is boundless. Now that Kling recommended himself, Son Gohan will definitely not let go of this opportunity. Then I'm going to. Tien Shinhan suddenly got up. Go to Tianjin, I will go too. Dumpling, you don't need to go, I will take you to another planet. Tien Shinhan suddenly got up, reminding Son Gohan of the three-eyed star. That's right, Tien Shinhan, let me tell you, Gohan some time ago. Son Goku automatically told Tien Shinhan about Gohan's work on the three-eyed star. The sadness just now also dissipated abruptly. Everyone listened carefully to Goku. 10 minutes later, I am the co-author, and you are all aliens. Keelan was dumbfounded. You don't have to be from Earth, don't forget, you don't have a nose, and you don't have a sense of smell. Maybe there's a noseless star in the universe. Son Gohan joked. I'll just say, where on earth did you perverts come from? Bulma fully agrees with what Son Gohan said. After a short party, everyone parted again, and Son Gohan contacted King Kai and learned from King Kai. Vegeta and Nappa still have 4 months to reach the Earth, and the Frieza Legion is farther away from Namek, and it will take 1 year. After Son Gohan learned about it, he made a decision and decided to settle Vegeta and Nappa in 4 months. Then go to Namek, let the Great Elder develop the potential of Son Goku, Krillin, and Raditz by the way. Waiting for Frieza to arrive. Before that, Son Gohan first returned to Bowsy Mountain with Raditz. Raditz, you can practice with my father. Although you have a lot of combat experience, the control of your own breath and the systematic training are simply rubbish. Son Gohan said disgusted. Yes, Gohan, I understand, Kakarot, please. Raditz stepped forward. HMPH, come with me, I will teach you how to control Chi first. I really don't know how you are so weak, how you can conquer all directions in the universe. Son Goku also looked down on him. Raditz's veins bulged out of anger, and his face was ferocious. But it was back to normal in an instant. You're right, what can be done? Salad, dissatisfied, not convinced. Raditz followed Son Goku into the gravity room, and Son Gohan also walked into his own gravity room. The 4-month brutal training has begun. Ah, Kakarot, you are taking personal revenge. It hurts. Don't hit there, Saiyan's weak point too. Brother, I'm helping you overcome your shortcomings, hee. Son Goku let out a bad laugh that he had never had before. Kakarot, Raditz screamed in pain. The inhumane training in the gravity room of the beans directly increased Raditz's combat effectiveness exponentially. From around 1,000 points, directly breaking through the 100,000 point limit. It has to be said that controlling Chi, near death, rebirth, fairy beans, gravity room, all auxiliary conditions are met. For the rest, as long as you are not afraid of pain. And it only took 2 months. After breaking through 100,000 points, Raditz came to the bottleneck period. And the hostess of this house also came back. What, your brother? Why have I never heard that you have a brother? Chi-Chi was shocked. At the same time, he frowned and looked at Raditz, with long hair dragging down his buttocks, and a hostile expression on his face. He didn't look like a good person. But out of courtesy, Chi-Chi still said politely, I've seen you, big brother. Ah, no, no, no. Raditz turned pale with fright. He has not been beaten by Son Goku during this time. My ugly words are up front, don't spoil Gohan. Chi-Chi's tone was stern. Did I spoil him? Raditz couldn't believe his ears, and looked at Son Gohan at the same time. Huh, do you have a problem? Son Gohan looked at Raditz threateningly. No, no. Raditz waved his hands again and again. Baozi Mountain. After 2 months of training, Raditz's combat effectiveness has reached a bottleneck. Son Goku also gradually faded away his hatred for Raditz in the practice of beating Raditz every day. The so-called blood relationship, no matter how angry he is, Raditz is still his brother, let alone a whitewashed Raditz. As we all know, Son Goku's unique superpower is to influence the whitewashing of those who deal with him. From the beginning, Piccolo Daimao became the grand nanny of the Son family, Vegeta with strong self-esteem. The new version of Broly. For this, Son Gohan also admires it very much. Although Raditz has some grievances here, with the improvement of combat power and Son Goku's unreserved professor, those grievances are nothing. It's all pigs. It's normal for Gohan to grow up and eat so much. Goku, you are an adult. Have you eaten all the food? I don't see you getting fatter and taller. Your appetite is getting bigger every day. Come on, big brother. I'm so exhausted every day. Chi-Chi scolded while doing it. The food she brings up will be eaten instantly. No amount of doing is enough. Mom, I have a solution. I saw that the intelligent cooking robot at Aunt Bulma's house is pretty good. Why don't I buy one? Son Gohan asked tentatively. He understands Chi-Chi's personality very well. Although he is poor, he is very strong and will not take advantage of others. Wow, do you know how expensive an intelligent robot is? Buy one. Chi-Chi was dumbfounded. I don't know how much, but the alien metal I found for Aunt Bulma last time can be worth tens of billions at least. Son Gohan muttered. Hey, tens of billions. Chi-Chi was so surprised that he even jumped out of his mother tongue. Then hurry up and buy a robot. No, buy two, one for cooking and one for washing dishes. Chi-Chi immediately urged Son Gohan to buy. Wait until I finish eating. What to eat? Go now. ... Under Chi-Chi's pressure, Son Gohan got up and left the dinner table, and teleported directly to Bulma Manor. What are you two looking at, idiot? If I was half as smart as Gohan, I wouldn't be so tired. Chi-Chi scolded angrily. Son Goku and Raditz looked at each other, not daring to say anything. Thinking that he won't have to cook so hard in the future, Chi-Chi is inexplicably happy. I don't care about turning off the pot in my hand. Hey, Kakarot, why do I feel that my siblings are stronger than you? Raditz asked in a low voice. Hush, don't talk nonsense. In this family, in Chi-Chi's eyes, only Gohan can indulge a little bit. Son Goku hurriedly covered Raditz's mouth. Woo, Raditz seemed to be talking about something. The unusual behavior of the two was also heard by Chi-Chi. Base. A sharp gaze like a sword came over. The two were so scared that they quickly sat down. ... Bulma Estate. I've been so tired for the past 2 days. It's really cool to take a bath. I want to sleep well. Bulma said to himself while wrapping it in a bath towel. The heat rising from the dishwashing room also made her slightly sleepy, and her eyes narrowed slightly. After simply wiping her hair, she opened the bathroom door and walked out. So sleepy. Bulma stretched as soon as he went out, so he didn't see Son Gohan in front of him either. What do I see? Hibiscus comes out of clear water, and the carvings are naturally removed. Even a bloated bath towel can't cover her hot curves. The slightly bare shoulders are even more distracting. 100,000 mountains is directly strengthened. The drops of water dripping from the hair are like mountains and rivers, disappearing invisible. Gouda. Son Gohan couldn't help swallowing a mouthful of saliva. It is also this swallowing sound. Ah! The ear-piercing scream made Son Gohan's head explode. Due to the fright, the human body contracted spontaneously, and the originally large bath towel slipped off in an instant without any hindrance. After all, the milk-like skin is extremely smooth. Turn your head away. Bulma yelled loudly, and quickly picked up the bath towel to cover her body. But in a hurry, you can cover the top, but you can't cover the bottom, and you can cover the bottom, but you can't cover the top. Son Gohan was also startled, quickly turned his head away. Snapped. As a last resort, Bulma walked into the bathroom again, closed the door fiercely, and changed into a bathrobe that could cover her whole body. Calm down, he's just a kid, so what if he sees it, it's all right. Bulma patted his proud chest to comfort himself. 3 minutes later. Son Gohan, what do you want to do? Bulma couldn't help shouting at Son Gohan as soon as he came out. Think. Bah. No, I have something to do with you, Ms. Bulma, but the timing doesn't seem right. Son Gohan hurriedly explained. Asshole, get out of here quickly. Go outside and wait. Bulma looked ashamed and angry. Son Gohan moved directly at high speed, and flashed out. Calm down, she is my father's friend, that is, my auntie, don't think about it. Son Gohan controlled his own emotions. But once an evil thought is born, it cannot dissipate. The more he thought about it, the more he thought of the network discs of several tons in his previous life. Country, Europe, none, Asia, China, chaos. The devil in my heart said, why do you think so much, and there is no blood relationship? No, this involves chaos. No blood relationship, and you can be called aunt, it's a bit exciting. Noisy thoughts. In the house. What did he mean just now? What do you mean? Something is wrong. Bulma is also a rotten girl, otherwise she wouldn't have gone out to find Dragon Ball when she was young, and wanted a boyfriend. Brat, you are only 4 years old, and your height is only 1.5 meters. In 2 years, you will not be able to grow to 1.8 meters. Bah, what am I thinking, he's Goku's son. Bulma felt ashamed of his thoughts for a moment. In her heart, a little devil was also born. HMPH, Son Goku was robbed by Chi-Chi, can't take Son Goku, can't he take down his son? The more Bulma thought about it, the redder his face became, and his standing body and legs became weak. Originally, the two were calm, but who would have thought that they would become even more upset? A full hour has passed. Brat, come in, Bulma said to Son Gohan outside the house. Oh, Son Gohan walked in tremblingly, but his eyes were closed. Afraid to see something that shouldn't be seen again. Open your eyes. You've seen everything anyway. You and Son Goku are fools. This girl has fallen into the hands of your father and son in this life. Bulma muttered dissatisfied. Oh, Son Gohan slowly opened his eyes. At this time, Bulma has changed her clothes and turned into a young and beautiful girl again. Immediately, Son Gohan thought to himself, my father used to sleep on your pillow, I just looked at it. What words? Do you listen to what people should say? Co-authoring Bulma is to contribute to your grandson's family. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.